Good morning and welcome back to the Sunbet Poker Tour. This is day 10 of the second stop of our nationwide tour at the lovely Sun City. This is day 3 of the main event, the blue ribbon event of this whole series. We are down to 18 players. We were in the money last evening. There were 25 players paid, so 18 left, fighting out for that prize of 1.25 million on the top and that magnificent bracelet that has been featured all during the week. There are the two outer tables of players that are still left at 18, so we're 6 at the moment. And on our featured table in seat number 1 we have Cecil Chapman with 551,000 chips. In seat 4 we have Moto O'Hara with 661,000 chips. In seat 6 we have Tony Van Eden with 261,000 chips. And in seat 7 we have Harold Brooks with 512,000 chips. And in seat 8, in picture right now, Keenan Pinar, 797,000 chips. In seat 2, player that has just written his initials, OD, 465,000 chips. So 6 on this feature table, 4 players seated, and we're off to the first hand, Gary.
Perfect. Great timing. Moto seems to occupy that chair for like the whole season.
Yeah, it's been his favorite hang, and I say hang because he hangs there like the back.
Such a nice man. So Harold Brooks is missing from the feature table as well, I see. No doubt he'll be here shortly. So 18 players left, and I'm taking the over on 3 p.m.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Gaz, because once we get down further, things will tighten up as well because the real money getting in there.
How was about that for a hand straight out of the box?
He just wishes
Moto has just woken up. Look at his eyes.
Yeah.
My word.
And he wishes there were more players at the table.
And we'll go around Tony Foltz.
Harold's not there.
Keenan with the 5-3 here.
On the button. Oh wow, he wants
That is not a good idea, sir.
He's wanting to make a statement early on and 3-bet from the button, but he's going to get some bad news very quickly.
Yeah, I think he might think the Moto is pulling a little fast one here from early position. Around the Cecil. Cecil will be like, what just happened?
Yeah. And Cecil was the destroyer-in-chief on one of the outer tables last night.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. And there the instant repop.
Well, you fold, Keenan. Keenan has to make a decision here. And trust me, this will be a short think about it and a fold.
Yeah. Will Moto show him? Buy early table credit? No. Not from what we could see. Right, so Moto takes in a nice first hand there. Goes top of the leaderboard on the feature table. 2 players still not seated. So, oh, some big hands early on. Pocket aces under the gun for Moto. Now ace king under the gun for Anthony.
I wonder if Tony's in shove mode yet. How many chips has he got?
261. I think it's all in, and he's done so. And it looks more like a steal, so hopefully he can get some action, and that's what he's hoping for.
So we go around to Cecil. He's not going to call, and that'll be that, I think.
Yeah, Tony will pick up a rotation.
Yep, 2 big hands. I think Moto was quite fortunate to get paid some by Keenan there. There's the bracelet for today's prize winner.
Not forgetting that lovely 1.25 million that comes with it. So 40k in the pot pre-flop now, Gaz.
Yep. I think it's such a big prize pool. I think if you get the right players at the final table, they'll certainly have some sort of little deal and lock up some money. I think it's just too much money involved, and that's the general consensus we've heard. But you never know. In the Turbo last night, the deal was refused, and they played to a winner, which was Vegan Das.
Yeah, apparently, and Howard Lipman cashing nicely there as well, and Lum.
Yep. Lipman, Lum, and Vegan Das in that order, and they played to the bitter end, which is great. I love it. Okay, Keenan here with Queen 10. Still the big stack at the table. I like the way Keenan does what he does, the way he goes about his business. He puts it together, no throwing chips in the pot, slides them across, puts them down with a bit of authority. That just shows a level of confidence in a player, I think.
Ah, he's a very accomplished young player. Went over to Mauritius, and he also won a title there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you may be right. Yeah, very accomplished, absolutely. From my what I was trying to say was that the way in which he acts at the table is with authority, you know, with confidence, etc. You know, portrays the right image is I think what I'm trying to say. And yeah, outside table here, there's Clayton. He's short stack there. We don't need to start introducing players. I think everybody's familiar with these people. I've been watching them for some days. Suffice to say, it looks like there's a large bet coming in from David Rosenthal there.
Trying to see who's still holding cards.
That was Anand Kumar. Okay, back to the feature table. Action on Keenan, bottom right of screen.
Action will go quickly with only 4 players seated. Second time ace king for Tony.
So
where is the player? Oh, so now we know who's going under the initials of OD, Mr. Akanusi.
So one of the outer tables, I think there's some action here. Someone putting players together, chips together. Okay, there's no actual hand developed yet here. Just a view of our 2 outer tables with the 18 total. So Tim will fold.
Moto folds, and now it's on the button.
Pocket
Tony.
kings for Tony.
Wow.
Ace king, pocket kings. He'd do well to shove this all in again, because people are thinking he's shoving light.
Yeah, when he raises now, it smells of a big one.
Yeah, of course. But Nothing wrong.
Trying to get some value.
So Keenan with 8-6 here. I think if I was Tony, I'd have actually limped there.
Yeah, I may have as well with one
I think that's just one of the opportunities. I mean, people who know me, I say limping for losers, but I think there it might have been justified to get quite a strong, aggressive player to put some money in, and then you could check raise and maybe realise a little bit of profit. But you know, so far he's had 3 hands and he's a one-trick pony so far. So we have to change it up a bit. Okay, who's in this hand? Is this still the same hand with David Rosenthal and what's his name? Sarge
Moyant.
Mouradine. Sarge Mouradine. Looks like he's just shoved that across the line there. He's counting it up.
Yeah. Chip counting overseen.
I think Clayton's an interested party because this is, I think he's 3 from or 2 from a ladder up, but it's all in. Yeah. And I think we're going to see some. I thought he was calling. No, Clayton's all in. So we got Clayton all in as well here.
So 2 players all in against Bozo.
Ace Queen by Kings, and what has Clayton got? Ace what?
King
Ace
Jack.
Jack.
Okay. Ace Queen.
Ace Jack, Ace Queen, King Jack.
A lot of clubs for Saj. And Bozo will take the lot and eliminate 2 players.
Yeah. Clayton will be out also. Sarge is out, so well done. Nice play.
So Bozo picking up a nice pot, eliminating 2 players.
And the count back on the placings will go on how many chips the actual player had at the table. So Clayton will be the first player out there, and Sarge will be the second player out in terms of the order.
Catching back up with the action here. So pre-flop it was just limped. Bet 40k on the flop by Cecil and raised by Moto. Cecil makes the call. Moto with bottom 2. Moto with a boat now.
And Cecil will pay this off, yeah.
Yeah.
So if Cecil didn't believe him before, he's going to rep the flush here. Oh no. Moto's hoping he's got the flush. Yeah, sensible fold. Well done, sir.
So Moto picks up a big pot, plus 318. So Moto up to 1,000,000 chips now, 64 bigs.
He's flying along nicely.
And Tony with those ace, king, kings has moved up a little bit, got some momentum. Mr. Akanusi yet to enter the fray.
Good morning.
Mr. Brooks, fashionably late.
That is Bozo's stack now. Bozo with chips, we said it last night when he got that double up with the aces, going to be extremely dangerous.
You really wanted my blind. 10,000 calls. At least I'm glad you won. And that's allowed to get off. There's a strategy behind coming late. I don't want to be the first.
I'm late because I don't want to be the first one out. That's a reasonable excuse, Harold.
Looking very spiffy in, what would you call that, a salmon
No,
colour?
that's pink.
Not
That's
even
just
salmon,
pink.
Just pink.
Harold is officially pink today. That's it.
And not wearing his customary checks.
Ah, maybe this is his Tiger Woods shirt, Sunday afternoons. Cecil with ace queen here. Looks like he's lining up a bet. Tim looking on intently. Proudly wearing his Chelsea top. I believe they came second in the FA Cup final. So Cecil is called, and the action is with Tim, according to our graphic. Tim with the ace-6 here. I'm actually quite surprised that we didn't see Cecil bump that up.
Yeah, I am too. With that stack, I may have put that in there.
I think that's Edgar joining the feature table. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, because we're down now the 2 players, so they'll balance.
That's Gio Zanetti joining the feature table also.
Nothing for either player on the flop. Harold raised pre.
Yeah, that's Gio coming into C5.
Harold continues. Cecil calls.
Yeah.
Harold now goes ahead with a 9 on the turn. He's going to put a much bigger bet in now. Oh, he keeps it small, 55. Cecil still doesn't believe. Oh, and Cecil gets there on the river, calling all the way with just 2 overs. And now he shoves it all in. Harold asks for the count.
95.
Harold makes the call, and we'll get to see that he goes chased all the way. Harold folds. Oh, he doesn't fold, he mucks, seeing that the ace queen is winning.
Small big.
So Cecil picks up a plus 158 in that pot. So we're going to add the other players that have been balanced here now, because we lost 2 players on that outer table. We lost Saj and we lost Clayton Diab. And here we have all in as well from David. And when he's been all in, he's given a lot of chatter, and he's up against Doc Pather here. So Kinzo trying to work this one out and see if he must call or not. So we'll move back to the feature table. Gio straight into the action.
As you would expect.
I've got ace king though. Everybody folds. Round to Tim. He folds. Edgar fold. No, Edgar making the call with a 9-8.
Mr. Antanzana, welcome to the table. Against Mr. Zanetti, welcome also to the table. 2 tables now, 10 jacks, so up and down straight draw here for Edgar.
Gut shot for Gio.
There you go, another 8. Diamonds are a possibility for Gio as well, as you'll see the outs across the top of the screen. Both these guys on a draw.
Yeah, Edgar ahead with the 8, but
Yep.
you see the equity still so very close because of all Gio's out. Jack, no help to Gio. One check, check, and the 8-9 will take the hand down. So Gio will be under the gun for the next hand. Down to the last 16 players. And the next player out gets the same prize as all those up above him till the 20th spot, and from 15 down there's a pay jump again.
Hand number 9, Queen 4. I think these will be in the muck sharpest. Round of Tony. Tony's been in shovel fold mode, so let's see what he's got. Oh, he's going to bet these 10s. Good man.
Keenan Queen 10 decides wisely to get out the way.
Cecil might not get out of the way so quickly here.
He just makes the call.
And there's the ace for Cecil. Moto's still floating around in the background there.
50,000.
Yeah, this will be bet fold.
Cecil picks up a few more chips. So Gio in the big blind, Tony under the gun now. Tony has had a bit of momentum this morning. He was in very much of a holding pattern yesterday from a big stack overnight.
To be honest, he lost a lot of chips yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he started the day on 442,000 and ended on 261. So he had a loss of over nearly half his stack over the day, whereas everybody else was building.
So let's see what he does with suited connectors.
Too early. Folds.
I don't think Harold will play these.
Keenan out the way. Cecil folds, Tim folds. On to Edgar on the button.
Edgar's coming along.
45k. So Gio not defending with that.
Mr. Brooks looking very sharp today.
Ah, he does look very smart in that. Used to him in his customary checked shirts.
There is an art to going to a hotel and coming to a poker tournament without a crease in your shirt. Do you know that? There's an art. He's just like me. I hang all my stuff and never ironed. I cannot That's old school, I suppose. True ambassador.
So Boza with a lot of chips there. Ganesh had a lot of chips overnight.
So the poker code on Ganesh's hat, referring to the poker coaching site. And Ganesh completed the course. Tells me it was most informative and helped him a lot. And he is flying the flag for poker code. That's good for you, buddy.
So Tim in the hijacks, first time he's going to play a hand. Folded to him, he's going to raise the suited king.
He'll get some credit, having been quiet.
Only Tony in the big blind left.
And little or no opposition from Tony. So Tim's raise there will get him a 40k advance. David NG there came and thanked us this morning for the coverage. Enjoyed sending the links back home, so thank you, buddy. We appreciate any feedback always. We'll be logging on very shortly to the stream to see who's who in the zoo, who's coming along to have a look this morning, and we will be with you until the end. Today we play to a winner of the main event. 1.25 million South African rands and the lovely Sunbet Poker Tour bracelet, which you've seen plenty of over the last few days. I know that see plenty more of. Some rapid folding there. The net result is that Harold Brooks will pick up 8k.
There are the prizes. 253 entries, 16 left. 25 were paid or get paid. Some not paid yet.
So 3,187,800 South African rands in the pot.
So
that's what they will share.
They're on the 11,000 bubble. The next player out will get the 24,000 and then it jumps to 35,000. Cecil gets his raise through.
I can tell you, I am looking forward to sleeping in my own bed tomorrow.
I am sure you are, Gaz, and to see your lovely lady again. She was here briefly at the start a week ago.
Yeah, and I packed my bags and left on the 16th. I have been back once, which was after setup, but we've been here straight now for 10 days or so. Thank you very much to the water carriers, bringing me a bottle of water. Starting to get a little dry. And the all-in on the outside table will result in
Kenny being eliminated.
Kenny and Kanish.
So Kenny goes out in 16th place for a payday of 24k. Then 15 players left now.
Down to 15. I still take the over on 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, early days. We've lost 3 players fairly quickly.
Yeah, all of them shortish, I suppose. But who's on next shortest stack? Don't know. Tony Van Eden, probably.
He chipped up on this table a little. But probably Harold Brooks is the shortest stack on the table now.
Well, the average stack is about 350, so Harold's on the average line. 325 for Tony Van Eden. So Tony by a smidgen. very close. So Harold and Tony, the short stacks here. Moto is Keenan. So I'm losing track here. Keenan to call. Moto is already called.
36.
I think that was raised.
I didn't think it was limped. I was just trying to work that out myself, to be honest. I don't think they limped that.
I think it was raised to 36, called.
Yeah.
By Keenan. Cecil has come along for the ride with a 9-5.
I find that quite bizarre.
He did this last night in the outer tables and tilted more than a few players.
Yes, I did meet several of them leaving who were ranting. No names, no pack drill. Keenan will slide more chips into the middle.
47,000.
Testing the theory of he who blinks first. Moto with the 2 overs here. Well, the king is king. Obviously, Keenan's got an ace. And Moto's going to have to fold this.
It's a good donk lead there out of the blinds by Keenan.
And there is Caitlin in the back. And
Moto.
that's Blake just arrived with their child.
Moto, a non-believer, has re-raised, repping, I raised, I've got a big pair.
Keenan's stack a lot smaller than it was when he started this morning. Started with 797 if my memory serves me right.
That is
And
correct.
down to 582. So shed a few chips here. I like this raise by Moto.
He has got some of his chips in the pot already. It's 582 behind still.
Yeah, if Keenan doesn't believe him, he can smash it in. But I mean, truth be known, yeah, he's got a fold.
Strong play by Moto there. He says, you lead into me, I raised pre, I'm going to go back over the top of you.
Nice poker. He's been hanging around with that shoe character too long. That's his MO, his style to the T.
So nice pick up there by Moto. And Edgar will be our under the gun player.
Edgar with a 7-2, going back to you. Round to Moto Yuhara. He will also get out the way. Closely followed by Gio Zanetti and Tony Van Eden. Round to Harold. Ace 3 suited in the cutoff. Maybe, I think, a little bit of movement here. Nope. Decides to get out of the way. Short stack, not going to start risking chips unnecessarily. Especially as Keenan is to play after him.
It's 35,000. 45.
Cecil makes the call. Tim says, maybe I must come along for the price.
Okay, so looks like we're going 3 ways to the flop. Jacks, queens, kings and tens. Let's have a look. 7, 3 of hearts. And of course the queen of spades.
So the King Jack of Keenan's still ahead.
Yep, king high. So
Tim checks behind Cecil's check. Keenan having raised is going to carry on.
35,000.
That'll get rid of Cecil this time. He's got nothing there. What do I know?
The ace to kill the action. No, Cecil can bet this. He's a bit of a shrewd old dog, Cecil. I thought he was going to bet the ace.
Picking up chips as if he was gonna bet. And then,
No, he's checked.
yeah, no, and then I was saying he was trying to double bluff Keenan there. He picked them up and then put them down, pretending Keenan didn't believe bet and got him to fold. So Keenan didn't fall for that one. There is the beautiful bracelet up on the LED screen that they're playing for. So Keenan picks up some chips there. View of that outer table. The chip stack of Bowser is nearly taller than him. So there's been a raise to 35,000 by Gio. It's folded all the way around. Up to Edgar. The big blind gonna defend. So Edgar hits the 3. He checks. Gio's going to continue.
30,000.
Edgar comes along with his 3. 9, no change for Edgar. Gio increases the bet now. Edgar having a long hard think here with his bottom pair. And he gets out the way and Gio will take that one down. Plus 89k for Gio.
So Moto just over the 1 million mark. Tony with 20 bigs, Harold with 21, Cecil with 22, Tim with 22, and then Gio with 43. So nobody in the danger zone, but I'll give them a couple of rotations and a blinds up, and that'll all change. 1 hour sessions here, 2 hours for this group on the feature table, and we'll change them out until such times as we get to a final table. When we're down to 9, we will pause the game and we will redraw for seats, and all 9 players will play to a conclusion on the feature table.
Pocket sevens for Gio.
So our stream just gone live, so welcome to all our viewers there.
35,000.
You'll hear this in a half an hour, of course, but welcome.
Gio raised it up to 35. He's been his stock raise. Barrel folded up to Keenan with ace king, so the 3 bets coming. Action on Cecil.
93,000.
That corner folds round all the way to Moto's already folded. Back to Gio.
Is Gio going to fold his sevens there? If he's putting Keenan on an unmade hand, but ace king, ace queen, might decide to peel one here. Well, see the flop, sorry. Yep, he's going to call it off. We'll go to the flop. Aces, kings and sevens are what they're all looking for. An ace, a king and a 7, or an ace and a king with a 7 would be scary. And the ace of Keenan will go ahead. Keenan has to bet this, of course. $226 in the middle. What's his sizing like here?
Just under 100, I think.
65,000.
Actually quite a bit smaller.
Yeah, that's a I want Gio's chips, come along bet. Another card that Gio didn't want to see.
We should get the upsize on the turn. Oh no, check, back on the turn.
Interestingly, 2 flush draws out there as well. Neither gets there. Gio might think that Keenan shutting down is a sign of weakness and his 7s might be good. I think if he bets, he's going to have a problem. Go back to Keenan. I'm pretty sure he's going to call this. Let's see how much it is.
64,000.
Big sigh from Keenan. That means he's not overly confident.
I think he's worried about ace queen here. Maybe why he checked at the turn.
Nice size bet here by Gio.
Yeah. Makes the call.
I fold the ace queen.
You fold it.
Because I put you on that. I'll stick with that.
Yep, it didn't take him long to call. Nice hand, good try Gio. I thought your sizing was good. You certainly made Keenan think about it.
Yeah, he gave a big sigh. He wasn't happy. David and G on the outer table, picking up chips.
Big smile on his face, enjoying every minute.
And
Well
there's
done, young
Greg
son.
in the top right-hand corner. So nice attempt there by Gio on the river. Lovely size. But the ace king just too strong to fold there.
Keenan back on the horse. Ace king again. I said to him this morning when we chatted, I said, you got slapped by the deck. He said, best run I've ever had in my life. Absolute best run. And he says, and people were paying me. I said, it just happens. Sometimes you just have that moment. He said, sets me up nicely today. And, you know, he was very conscious of the fact that he'd ran very good yesterday morning. So no attitude or banging of the chest, just gratitude, which is nice. And now ace king here raised to 39,000. Moto Yuhara has called with ace queen, so domination nation, as they say.
And Keenan flops big.
Maybe he's getting hit with the deck again.
Keenan gets hit with the deck like he did yesterday. He's going to run over this field.
So Moto maybe going to call. Yeah, he's going to call here, just because he's got 2 overs.
Float one.
Yeah, nothing else really happening for him.
Only 2 outs for him at the top of the screen because the queen of spades no good.
Keenan miles ahead here, just needs a queen. So board pairs up, no real hassles. Check, check. Ace king will take it down. And Keenan will pick up another pot. And another 100k. Thank you very much. The rich get richer. And Keenan now at 1.2 million, which is now north of the 797 he originally started with.
He's got basically a 50% increase on his morning stack.
No, getting some traction.
There's that lovely photo that the cameraman get across the felt.
Yes, we were supposed to have a photograph this morning for our team, but some people were late. I said just take the photo without them. Brad said he would Photoshop them in later. Okay, so Queen 10 for Harold. Harold been pretty quiet, looking for a decent spot, conscious he's a short stack. Ace 4 for Keenan. I'd just bet this, buddy, because you're bound to hit. It's real. The run good is real. The man's on a heater.
Cecil is folded. Action on Tim. Pocket 9s.
All in.
Yeah, and he smashes it all in.
Yeah, happy with what's there. Keenan doesn't have an all-in call hand, so we will see this be folded very quickly. Yep, there you go. Indeed, it was too much.
So Tim will pick up 77k profit.
Go back into hibernation and pop up again somewhere near you soon.
Jose in good frame of mind there, smiling. He's picked up a lot of chips early this morning.
Oh, yes, talking chips.
Keenan under the gun. Nothing for him this time. Cecil folds, Tim folds.
So Edgar in the hijack with an ace. Raise it up. Geo connectors gets out of the way.
Harold defending his big blind. 8-5 suited.
Ace 10 king, all diamonds, and Edgar gets 98% of that. So Harold is checked, Edgar bets, Harold will fold, I suspect. Yep. And that will be the end of that hand. That was hand number 20 of the day. How time flies. Well, we're enjoying ourselves.
It has gone by quite quickly. We had quite a bit of action. Some big hands early on. Some premier hands being dealt. There is the other table still in play. Cameraman around. Both are going on walkies. David is all in again. David and G. And again, it's Kinesh who is in the tank.
So 9 minutes and some change, as you can see up there.
Shows ace king after smashing it in there. So Moto is raised. Geo called. No, it folds. Geo hadn't called yet. It folds ace 10 to the early raiser. Keenan 7 deuce in the big blind. So I can't play with that.
And Moto will pick up the spare cash in the middle. And Dan 21, I say, but just under 9 minutes to know to go on the level. We'll play another hour here at this table. If we haven't reduced down to 9 players by that time, we will swap the tables out and play a further 2 hours. And when we are down to 9 players, the game will be paused and we will redraw for seats, and that will be your final table. So I believe we're down to 15 or 16 now. And we are back at the feature table with hand 22. Tim gets out of the way. Edgar follows, does Moto. Around to Tony sorry, around to Gio Zanetti. Round through to Tony. And Harold Brooks next to act with 10-5. So now we're into the blinds. Keenan certainly not going to be giving his up quickly. What's the raise here? Let's see if Cecil's got anything to defend with. He can get quite sticky. And a little flat call there with ace-9. Interesting. I suppose given Keenan's raise, he doesn't need to re-raise. 2 players to the flop. Jack 3 of clubs, ace-9, diamonds clubs. So there's the jack for Keenan. And you'll take a strong lead in this hand. This is the I've got a jack bet. Are you coming back stronger if you've got a king bet?
There it is.
Yeah, not a massive bet, but just enough to tickle to find out what's occurring. Looks like Cecil is drawing into the abyss here a little bit. He hasn't put it in yet, he's thinking about it.
He folds.
So what do you think, what sort of music Cecil listens to? I actually know the answer to the question, by the way.
Okay, you have asked, have you?
No, I saw him put it on when he was at the feature table preparing. What do you think Cecil's into?
Classical music?
Oh, interestingly, he is playing a playlist called healing music.
Okay.
So I don't know whether or not that is something that just calms him down, or maybe he's going through the healing process or something. If he is, we wish him well. But sounds to me a bit like background sort of
Yes,
at the
gentle.
spa, you know,
Yeah.
getting a nice massage. All right, so we lose another player. Amstel is on the walk from the outside table.
And chips going across to Kinzo.
And, yep, we just missed that, but nice hand all the same. And we lose another player from the feature table.
So they will balance, so we're probably going to get his player taken away. They've lost 2 players from the outer table.
Motor with the 7s. I suspect who's big blind?
Next big blind.
Who's Moto? Is he not?
It should
no,
be Edgar.
It's Edgar. Moto's +1. And Tim with, I don't know what he's got. We shall find out soon.
King for Keenan.
You sound surprised.
Not at all.
Keenan walks on water at the moment. I don't know what Tim's carrying there, but it certainly seems that he's got the best of it. He's going to check his option. Turn card is another heart and a 4. Board is paired. Backdoor hearts are available, assuming Tim had to. Tim with the option still, 391,000 behind. And that looks like a bet. 45k.
Motor falls with the 7s.
So call from Moto.
Yeah, he hasn't knocked that out yet because he wants to move the player. He's going to move the player and then go knock the player.
Can't see Keenan folding, yeah? I think it might even 3-bet this, eh? 3-raise.
So I can hear the conversation with the tournament director going on in the background. He says, "We're moving one of you guys." He said, "You'll move us. Somebody will get knocked out and you'll move us back." That's the nature of the beast, unfortunately. That is how it works. And a nice bet by Keenan. We didn't see what Tim had. The 7s aren't going to hold up on that board with the 2 overs, and it's paired. So discretion being the better part of valor, and Moto will get out of the way. So Edgar is on the move as predicted. Mr. Antenzana, we will see you later, no doubt. So the next big blind now will go round to Gio, no, to Moto. It's behind, being eclipsed by Edgar.
Yeah, but he has pulled his chair right down and he's just hanging onto the rail there.
Yeah.
Hooked on. Sort of hooks his elbows over the
Like
rail.
a French cleat. There you go. Now, if you're not a woodworker, you wouldn't know what a French cleat is. It's a piece of wood that's cut at a 45-degree angle long ways, reversed on one side, then able to hook onto either side. Screw it to the back of your cupboard, screw one to the wall, and you can hook the cupboard on the wall. It is the old-fashioned way of fitting kitchens. How about that? A French cleat. If you're a woodworker, you'll know. If you're not, look it up. Moto the French cleat. I don't think that's got much of a ring to it.
No, the bat that you gave him, that works much better.
Yeah.
But a nickname you guys gave him in Tanzania many years ago.
Ah, yes. I did send a message to my old buddy Stelio this morning, telling him his chummer was on the feature table. So the irony is that he had pocket 7s last time, couldn't hit a 7. Now he's got 10-7 and he hits 2 sevens.
Yeah.
He needs to come out of hiding soon. There we go. Small bet. Half pot maybe, see if he can get some cash. Tim will fold. And that will be that. 16k for his flopped trips.
So Gio will be in the big blind, Tony Van Eden under the gun. And the very stylish Mr. Brooks taking his seat again. Does look ever so smart, the shirt all pressed nicely.
Proper soldier. Okay. The blinds will be up next hand.
Harold with pocket aces. Stock raise has been 35.
Raise 37,000. I mean, did you get it? Three has left the table.
So raised by the aces.
Next hand, not this hand.
Cecil. I don't think he realized the action was on him. He folds. The action round to Tim. Tim on the button. Jack 9 suited. So Tim coming along with the Jack 9 suited. So we'll move around to Moto. Action on Moto. King 9. It's folded. Gio in the big blind, let's go. So we'll go two-way to the flop. The pocket aces versus the Jack 9 suited. So flop King 2-3, no help for Tim. Harold gonna continue. Puts in the continuation, and I think that should end it. There's nothing there for Tim. And Harold will pick up plus 77k with his pocket aces. He shows them.
Blinds are up.
So blinds are going up.
20 anti. Uncle Tony, you want the big blind, 20. The yellow ones are 10s.
So there is the chip count at the feature table. Keenan Pino on top, 84 bigs, 1.4 million. At the bottom, Anthony Van Eden, 17 bigs. Not in the danger zone yet, but has to start making some moves. And there's a view of our outer table. And Tony looks like he's stacking some chips. So we move on to the next hand. Blinds are now 10-20 with a big blind ante of 20. Harold under the gun, 9-3 off. He'll fold. Round to Keenan. Folds 8-5. Cecil in the hijack. Queen Jack. Makes it 56,000. Ace Queen for Tim Akanusi. Moves all in. So we have an all in, for Tim, 293,000. Tony with the King Jack in the big blind. It's been raised and then an all-in. Gets wisely out the way. Background to Cecil. And that would be Cecil's tournament life to call with Queen Jack off. So he folds and Tim gets the jam through. Tap of the table by Tim. And Tim will pick up 106,000 profit in that hand. So we pan across to the outer tables. There are the 7 players still in there. 14 players left in the tournament now. Carl busy railing there. So David putting chips towards himself. Looks like he's been putting his chips across the line quite often. And some of the bigger stacks are probably thinking, just wait, we'll get you just now. So Keenan under the gun. Round to Cecil, he folds. So Tim in the hijack with a Queen 10 offsuit. He's looking at his chips. 50k in the pot. And he's just limping in. Moto completes from the small blind. Well, from the cutoff Moto is raised. There he comes now. It's the raise to ace with the ace 10. Gio on the button with a suited ace. Gio makes a move now, squeezing. Thinking there's a limp, a raise, and I'm gonna jam here with my ace deuce. Making a squeeze. And Tim has folded and Moto folds. A nice play by Gio. So plus 120k, Gio realizing his fold equity there, using and making a good squeeze play. So Keenan on top, 1.4 million, 67 bigs. And Tony Van Eden and Cecil Chapman, both at the bottom with 11 bigs. Into that danger zone soon. So the Sunbet Poker Tour brought to you by Monster Jam. And all the streaming by Card Stream. From the flop to the river, we deliver. So hand number 28 of the morning. We're down to 14 players from the 18 that started overnight. The next pay jump comes at 10th place. So the next few players that go out will all get the 35,000, and then 10th will get 40, and then there's incremental jumps all the way up to that 1.25 million at the top. So Harold all in with the ace on the small blind. Keenan now trying to work it out. He says, oh, Harold, you're putting me in a tough spot here. I've got the chips. I've got a reasonable hand. This is all about those push fold chart. He knows what the book says he should do, yeah, but it's a big chunk of his chips. That's what the book says, and but he's fighting it. He doesn't want to call. Counts to see what he'll have left over after he makes the call. It's a big percentage of his chips. Trying to get some information from Harold. Will you show me your hand? So Keenan wrestling with us between the theory and the practical.
Yeah, fold, Harold. Fold.
King Jack. Something like that.
I'll just take back 1.3.
And Harold showed his hand.
Instead of a king high, it's two king so please go. I think you're just jamming anything there all day. Well, not really. And I have enough chips to spend, so
So we'll move on to the next hand. There was a nice little practical lesson given by GPAT to the tech boys explaining the push-fold charts. I could hear it from the background, and they were wondering why I said the book said it's a call, but he was wrestling with the theory and the practical. And GPAT explaining it very nicely to the tech boys in the background, yeah. So it's only folded from early position. Well, didn't he fold from early position, the ace-10? From mid position. So blind on blind. Just catching up with the action. Keenan raising with the king-9. And Cecil folds from the big blind. And Keenan will get that through.
So Mr. Myberg bids farewell to the Cardstream team. He is heading back to Johannesburg. Just caught up with him outside. And he is the creator from the inception of Cardstream, and major shareholder, I might add, was suitably impressed with the performance of the commentary team. The rest of them have got to improve, obviously. But yeah, no, Cole passed his best on for everybody on the tables out there and the public and everybody who tuned in to watch what was going on. And unfortunately, he didn't make any money this weekend in terms of cashes, but enjoys his game. So yeah, Pietro, they're off. Wish you a safe journey. Let us know when you get back, because they will listen to the stream in the car on the way home for sure. And we will carry on. How many have we got left, Mark? I see another player out.
Still 14, Gaz.
Okay, that was
14.
somebody walking out. It's just been paid earlier, I suppose.
Maybe. I don't see to the outer tables. Maybe somebody went from there. From on here, still the 7. We had some action here. So we were tanking. So if there was a player eliminated from the outer tables, we're not aware.
Okay.
Keenan pocket jacks on the button.
Mr. Keenan Pino continues to pick up nice hands, but let's not complain. If you're running good, you're running good. It is real. That was an all-in and a call. So Tim with 1 over. Needs to find an ace.
Three outs for Tim.
Yep.
And it's a set of jacks on the river, so Tim Akanusi has been eliminated.
And
Keenan picks up more chips.
what a great run for Tim. Congratulations
Well
to
played.
Tim. He's getting a round of applause in here because Tim is a bit of a home player for us as well. He's a home boy with us. Shout out for the mortgage market. He's the man, he's the creator, he's the co-founder. All your mortgage needs. And it's just a shame he supports Chelsea. But there you go. And we all have our crosses to bear. Mr. Tim Aganusi, congratulations, sir. Safe drive home with more money than you arrive with.
And Keenan continuing to move and move and move upwards.
Yeah, it's
He's nearly 1 million chips up from his morning start.
that's motoring, huh?
And he had a big moment to decide while you were away. It was folded round to the small blind. Harold pushed in with ace-6 suited, was about 300k to call. Keenan with 1.3 million, had king-4 suited. And he tanked for a long time and he counted out the calling chips, and the tech team was saying, oh, but it's an instant fold, and GPAT was explaining to him why. I said he knows what the book says he should do with the push-fold charts, but his heart's fighting it. And GPAT was explaining average hand ranges and you beating most shoves there, and that's why on the average you should call, etc., etc. But he did fold. He didn't want to commit that many of his chips to the call. So the tech boys were getting involved in a little debate with GPAT.
Yeah, seriously, they just need to keep to their own business. They have no idea what they're talking about.
Raise to 45,000.
So, what you're trying to tell me is we've got some reserve commentators in the making over there.
Yeah.
Proper. It's good debate. We like debate, and we like debate about poker even better.
Yeah, but it's good for the guys because they're learning all the time about poker. If you remember when Bradley first started with you.
I don't remember that far ago.
To where his poker knowledge is now.
I've known Bradley that long. He's officially related to me now.
So, 2 ways to the flop here. The jack hits.
I also have my cross to bear. You know that.
Yeah. You're a long sufferer.
He's my boy. He's not listening, but he's...
So Gio bets that flop and will take the hand.
20,000. No, okay. That button.
So we'll move on to the next hand. Tony will be under the gun. He's going to be looking for spots now. Him and Harold on the short side on this table.
So Sean says, I've been sat next to you for 20 minutes and you haven't sneezed once. I said I woke up and took antihistamine. I knew I was going to be seeing you today. I mean, hello.
Or possibly Sean had a shower. I mean, we never know.
No, don't. It's not Mondays. He gets showered Sunday night or Monday morning. I've seen his schedule. Okay, Keenan with the ace jack here, pumping it up.
So Keenan continuing to get a really nice run of cards, guys.
Looks like Cecil's going to put it all in, yeah?
Cecil's put it all in.
How much is Cecil's all in? Oh, wow. I mean, there's no version of Keenan folding here, surely.
140k more.
No. What's standard?
He's got 1.7 million. He doesn't like it.
Cautious approach, see if he can get some information from Cecil.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's a good fold.
It's
I
a
mean,
great
he
fold.
may or may not know now, but it's a solid fold.
His instincts are good. You could see his face straight away, didn't like it.
I didn't realise Cecil had so many chips, to be honest, otherwise it would have been a standard call. Okay, so Sekile getting a seating card there. Does that means we're losing people? Or Sekile, should I say? Sorry.
Maybe he was just collecting Tim's seating card. Who knows? So 6 players on the feature table.
So there can only be 6 brackets 7 on the other table. So we have a maximum of 13 at the moment. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And we will probably get a view when they pan across there just now.
I'm looking at the other cameras. And you can't see the whole table, just a portion of it. Yeah, we've confirmed we got a shot with the other table. There's 7 on the outer table. So Gio is put it all in the middle here. Tony with 10-6. I hope you're not asking for a count here, Tony.
He was just giving him a hard time.
I was going to say, he was just messing with him. If he asks for a count, then I'm going to go out there and tell him off.
Gio shows him the ace jack.
You can get a yellow card in poker for time wasting, I'm sure. If you can't, we'll invent one. So talking of yellow cards, how about that football match yesterday, huh?
Yeah.
If you're a Man United fan, like you're all smiling today.
Yeah, we enjoyed it.
You know, Liverpool didn't win, Real Madrid did. By all accounts, we saw bits of it, by all accounts, it was pretty drab. So, there we go. 13 players left in.
Average stack 778,000 chips. So a lot of players here well below that. That would be Tony, Harold and Cecil.
Yep.
Even Gio's below that. Keenan has hoovered up most of the chips on the table.
It's not how you start, it's not how you get there, it's how you finish. So we will see. Keenan is steaming along nicely here. But plenty of dangerous players left on this table. And there's one of them. Just put all his chips in the middle.
Gio putting max pressure.
Yep. I mean, Harold is not impressed that this is big blind, but he's not going to put his whole stack at risk. He knows exactly what's going on here. Oh no, he's going to take him on. He's had enough.
And Gio is ahead, yeah.
Good luck to both players, as always.
There are always a lot of chop pots in this scenario too.
Yeah, any hard cards. Well, there's a low one.
And there's an 8. But look at the flush draw.
Look at the flush draw. What a sweat. What a sweat.
A lot of outs for Harold.
6 for a club. Ooh.
Boat for Gio. And Mr. Brooks is eliminated. But that flop was a monster.
Harold, always a pleasure. Well done, sir. Enjoy your win. Enjoy your cash. And we will see you at the next stop, undoubtedly. And please, please be safe on your way home. Say hello to the family for us. Never a dull moment with Mr. Brooks on the table. Congratulations, sir, on your cash. Okay, we are 12.
So they will bring somebody from the outer table up to the feature table.
Tony's the short stack here, in the danger zone now with 9 bigs. He'll need to make a move. Tony done very, very well to get to where he is.
So we'll see who's brought across to the feature table. So Cecil under the gun. Nothing there. Moto, King Jack and the hijack, and they're 5-handed.
Well, They should bring a player from the outer table. Let's see how that manifests itself.
Gio is called with his pocket threes. Tony Van Eden is folded, and Keenan with ace queen. Cannot see him just flat calling here. There comes the big 3-bet.
There is the raise.
To 147,000.
Snap fold by the King Jack.
Pocket threes will get the buck as well, I'm sure. Oh well, looks like Gio fancies a gamble.
Gio makes the call.
This is a flat gamble, trust me.
Yeah, and he's
He
taking
knows it's a fold. He's having a gamble here. Let's see if it pays off for him. If it does, they'll never see it coming.
He doesn't hit there. He is still ahead, of course, but it's hard for him to know that.
Well, he's got position, so see if Keenan continues.
Checks.
Back to Gio. They checked it all the way down. And the Queen of Keenan will win.
Yeah, that went so fast we didn't even pick up the checks there in between. So Keenan picks up another 192,000. And there's the player joining us. We've seen a lot of feature table time this week. David and G.
Yeah. That's a tough spot, but probably make. Oh, actually, I don't know. It's 50.
C2.
But I think for the 3 bet
Gary's got his chip count.
258.
Yeah.
So he's also in the danger zone. And in the background we can see Tony and Greg, Bozo. Yeah, Tony was up in the background there. Tony Zhang played very nicely yesterday. Tony Van Eden puts his chips across the line. There's Queen.
Is this a standard call for? No. How much has he put it all in for?
185. Keenan's still stacking his chips, got to make the decision.
Yes, the all-in is 166. Call.
Makes the call.
You call? Yeah, you call. The action is on. Okay, no call. No, we're saying you still have to call by winning.
Nothing wrong. Cecil confirmed that he had called and then proceeded to fold his cards and say, I had the winning hand. He also had an ace, by the way.
Ace 9, shoved 160 hours. Pretty standard.
So Keenan is dominated here by the ace queen. Domination nation.
But the way Keenan's running, you wouldn't bet against him.
Not that good.
Like, there is a 9, but a queen for Tony, so Tony feeling a lot happier.
So a 9 and a 9 only. And he'll miss that. Keenan will get some chips to Tony. Tony will put 206,000 into the Van Eerden Bank, which will equal 372,000, but still in the danger zone.
But
In the danger zone.
there we go, that one from Emerald. Sure, no, Top Gun. No, in that specific tone, it was from Gary at Emerald.
We don't use the danger zone. We only use it for special people. Okay, we're off and running again. Moto Yuhara will be the under the gun player. That'll be just to your front there, sinking down in his chair nicely. You don't notice, but he actually has his legs crossed underneath him as well. That's his other kind of lotus position for those yogarites amongst us.
Keenan on the button, folds.
Must be a Japanese thing.
Okay.
David NG with the 96 offsuit. That'll go back. I'm sure he can't play that. Oh, Cecil to act. Obviously he's not called yet. The action is on David.
Yeah, Cecil called. David, the action on
He
him.
said he's thinking. That's fine. We don't mind people. We don't mind people who think.
So 70 total.
And David has been very aggressive in situations around the blinds.
Yeah. So those of you watching, give us a little shout out there on the old YouTube. Let us know you're watching and who you think's going to win, etc. So that is a very, very false reading, as David has just joined the table.
Yeah.
So Keenan will be the more active player there. So Keenan's VPIP is 40%, which is quite strong. But you'd expect the guy with a big stack to be more active.
He ain't been slapped by the deck a bit again this morning, guys.
Yeah, as we know, we did the average chat yesterday, so somewhere between 25 and 30 is respectable. Up at 40, 50, 60 means you're quite active, and over that is just a nutcase. And trust me, there are some nutcases who get those numbers, particularly in early levels of deep tournaments when the buy-ins are quite small. Cecil might decide to get involved a bit here.
From the button, only has 2 players to beat.
Yeah, he might even bang it in, to be honest. What has he got behind? 358.
50k in the middle, 358. I'd bang that in from the button.
Raise to 60,000.
What do we know? What do we know? He's just called, I think.
Raised to 60.
Is that what the call was? Raised to 60. Oh, there we go. We're catching up.
And he's getting the job done without committing all the chips. Keenan pocket sixes in the hijack,
Raise to 52,000.
just over pot, 52k. Cecil folds, round to David on the button. Pocket twos, Cecil folded a 2. He has 268 behind. He gets out the way. Motor folds ace-4. Geo in the big, 9-8. He's going to defend. So set of 6s for Keenan, continues to run so beautifully. Geo checked his 8. So small continuation will come from Keenan. Suck Geo in.
45,000.
Geo called. 3 on the turn. Makes it 85. If Geo didn't believe him on the flop, he's going to come along on the turn. So nice sizing along here by Keenan. Geo doesn't realize he's drawing dead already. Been well played by Keenan. Seven does bring her straight on the board, but the way the hand's played out. Option on Geo. He's checked. Keenan bets 210 now.
$210,000 to call.
Now he's putting a big question to Geo. If Geo didn't believe him on the flop and the turn, he's being re-asked the question here on the river. Geo's replaying the hand in his mind. It's a large chunk of his chips to call. It's half of his stack almost. That's what he's doing, checking. Makes the call and sees the set of 6s. So another monster hand by Keenan. Picks up plus 422k more. It was an 814,000 pot. And Keenan on 2.1 million. Keenan fishing for information. And that is for future hands. So there are people railing the outer table. Still 6 players out there. Kanesh Pather, Greg McClung, David Boza Rosenthal, Tony Zhang, Edgar Antizana, and in the center of the picture there, Anant Kumar.
20,000 to call.
So there's a big hand
We're just trying to
there
get
on the outer
trying to
table.
get a better camera angle.
50,000. 55.
Oh,
Oh, no.
there's action here.
Keenan with another big hand here.
Raise to 55,000.
Cecil with ace-3 out the way.
On to David. He folds. Moto pocket 7s.
Again.
Yeah, a few times. Gary's right again. And 7s have worked for him once only. With a 10-7 in his hand, he flopped trips. Pocket 7s haven't worked out so well for him. Maybe this is the one.
Well, he's coming along for the ride. Gio gets out of the way.
Tony.
Eden gets out of the way. Van Eden. Based on cards folded, Moto has got a 62% equity. So the 2 overs here for Keenan. Surprise, surprise. The ace is coming. Let's see if the 7 is always coming.
Checks it.
Wants to give Moto an opportunity to bet here.
Moto takes the free card.
Brings up a flush draw.
Yeah, Moto the only one with a spade. So Keenan will bet now.
60,000.
Yep, no trap there for me, he says. And he will hold. Moto's interested in the cash and laddering up, and he's not interested in anything else. 20 minutes to run on the level.
So a lot of chips in the center of the table there between Anant and Ganesh. And Anant moves all in. Ganesh asked for a count. The flop is 9-4-3, 2 clubs. Action on Ganesh.
$20,000 to call.
The graphics in the corner is what's still going on the feature table. Mo, the dealer, just double checking the count with Anant. Mo, a very good dealer as well. And such a friendly person on the table.
All in.
So, Ganesh been in the tank for a while, yeah.
No discount bonus. Ready to call.
So, long tank here by Ganesh. There's a lot of chips.
Friendly.
Ganesh still in the tank.
Not so friendly.
And I think he's going to fold. Body language now. The chips went back on top of the pile. Recheck one last time.
Check a bit.
Uncle.
Call. Cuts.
And Ganesh folds, and we move back quickly to the feature table. There's an all-in and a call.
We've got the flop cam on the feature.
And Cecil doubles up with his 6-8 against the Jack King. This was a flush draw and 2 overs to Keenan. And Cecil had the 8. All the money went in. Cecil holds up. He had to dodge a lot of outs there.
So Cecil will remain on the feature table. He didn't get bombed out. And we're due to go on break in about 15 minutes. And we will not be changing tables unless we go to 9 players before the break. So just to clarify, we will not be swapping the 2 tables out at the break unless we are down to 9 players, which is a redraw for the final table. There's just too much administration of moving a table around for what could manifest itself as 1 or 2 hands. All players are on board, and we will carry on. Hand number 43 of the day. Moto's about ready for his first sleep of the day. I've got money, says Moto's asleep within 10 minutes. It's just an amazing human being. He can sleep between hands. It's just unbelievable.
To me, the most uncanny thing is he's fast asleep, the cards get to him.
And he wakes up.
And he wakes up in time to play his hand.
And then goes back to sleep again. So it's pretty special. That's a superpower, I think.
The Moto bat mode.
Yeah. Alrighty, 9-2 for Moto. Zen, that's it. Is that not Chinese? It's Japanese. Ah, okay. Okay, I understand.
Yeah. So Gio all in with the King 6 and call from Keenan.
Cecil's 8-4s in the muck this time. David NG's now saying, I wonder what I've got.
Yeah, he was trying to put some magic over it to find a big one. Didn't happen.
He's a bit of a card, David. I like him.
He's got sense of
He's
humor.
got a nice sense of humor. So King 6 versus Ace Queen. Ace Queen well ahead to start with. Let's see where we go.
Oh, bit of each.
So Gio will pick up a king, but the ace for Keenan.
Gio will be eliminated.
And we will lose Gio Zanetti from the feature table.
And there's Gio busy packing up. Another solid performance by Gio. He's had a good week.
Another cash.
Won the super high roller.
Good family man, nice human being.
Absolutely.
And I'll just say for the record, the things that Gio does off the table that you don't know about makes him a very, very nice human being. And I won't be boasting on his behalf. I'll just tell you, I know he does a lot for other people. Just a good human being. Well done, Gio. We'll see you on the next stop.
Someone coming here? I have no idea.
Okay, how many have we got left, troops?
You can go to
Well, 11 players.
Indeed we are. So 11 players left. We have got approximately 12 minutes to go on the level. And it would make for good TV if we could lose 2 more before the break. And then we could come back to the final table. Whether or not it'll happen. We have got some shorties out there, so let's see.
Greg looks like he's very short here as well, Gary.
Yep. Been a great start to the morning. Plenty of action. And all of the players taking home cash this morning, and most deserving. They've all played well through quite a large field, and it's not been an easy navigation, for sure. So if you couldn't pick David Rosenthal or Keenan Pienaar, who would you say would win?
Well, Bozo's got proven track record called
No,
Keenan.
you can't talk about those two. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Who is the third place person?
Yeah, that's why I'm like, hey, other than that,
Who's got the potential to come from behind here? What do you think?
Ganesh.
So you think Ganesh has got it? Proven winner, of course. Edgar and Tanzana, proven winner. I think Tony Zhang's got some good game as well there.
I think on the outside chance, if it's not between Keenan and Bozy, removing them from the equation,
Moto also game.
I must go for Kanesh.
Okay, so there you go. My point being, there's still plenty of people who can win in the field. Still plenty of people. So, you know, just because all the chips are in one place, it's not how you start, it's not how you get there, it's how you finish. That's the point.
Yeah, Kanesh had a few cashes this week and a win already.
Yeah. I'm watching the outer table as well as the inner table. And as of yet, we've not seen any all-ins out there. We have got our mobile camera, and we've got a fixed camera on there as well. So you will not miss any of the action.
And Kanesh has got a big stack there, but Edgar has chipped up very nicely, who you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to pick a horse, it would be Edgar, over and above the other two. Great camera work there. You'll see he's zoomed in nicely. We haven't got a chip count, but that's, you know, he's got a few bar there now. Well, he's got a bar at least. Back to the feature table. Queen 9 for Keenan. A monster. So he raises that up to 55. Cecil will probably put this in. He looks like he's got more than what the, oh no, Cecil's got 787. I misread his thing. I thought he said he had 55. That's the bet. So Cecil's called. David NG will get out of the way. Run to Moto-san. Nice holdings. He might shove this in, you know, who knows. Yep, thought so. So all in on the feature table with Mr. Moto. So Cecil has the same holdings. Tap of the table by David NG there for Moto. And Moto will chip up a little bit there, about 150k I think. Nice work if you can get it. There's a nice shot of Bozo's foundations of the tower that bears a vague similarity to the Burj Khalifa, the tallest first two levels, the tallest building in the world in Burj Dubai. I watched them build that when we lived in Dubai.
When you were living there.
Oh, it's incredible. The city just changes. It's almost overnight. We watched them build the Emirates Mall, then the Mall of the Emirates, then the Ibn Battuta Mall, then the SkyTrain. And that place, the original Emirates Mall's got a ski slope in it. Sure. Incredible. Real snow. They make it there. Then of course underneath the Burj Khalifa is the largest shopping mall in the world. I know, because I have a wife who shops. No, they have golf carts to take you from one end to the other, and also it's like walking around O'Hare Airport. It's just ginormous. And yeah, David NG with his 218,000 chips, ace 2. This is 20 grand a call, so all limping at the moment. He's got to decide whether or not from the cutoff he can put it all in, and he decides against that action.
Moto raises.
Raise to 49,000.
Tony's already folded.
Yep.
And Keenan.
So Moto will pick up some more chips. Just a mere 50,000. And the outside table looks like they're in dealing mode. There we are, the Sunbet Poker Tour, our main sponsor. Thank you to Sunbet Poker Tour. Taking poker to new levels here in South Africa.
So David looking for a spot that is going to be See the blinds next. Queen 4 suited. No.
Moto. Where you fold it? What has Keenan got? Oh, look at this, look.
Yeah.
This is going to be a problem. I got a funny feeling Cecil will not be getting out the way of this. Nope. He misses, fortunately for him. He might envisage that he's got a draw there, but he's not. And no ace, so no race. There you go.
Get shown the queens.
Oh, yeah.
That was Keenan saying, I've always got it.
Yeah.
And to be fair, he has always got it at the moment. He's not had to pull any real bluffs.
You know, often what separates a couple of great players is form. And Keenan is in form, boy. He really has got the form.
Yeah. You know, nothing like hitting a rich vein of all form when you're in the running for a big prize.
And both are having to stand up so he can see over his chips.
Yeah. So just qualifying, David is stood up. Going for a wee wonder. A little perambulator round the table. So King 9 suited for Moto Yuhara.
Under the gun.
At the way he goes. Tony snap folds here with Jack 2. Tony looking for a spot, obviously.
They are only 5-handed though.
Keenan didn't pick up a decent hand there, so he's having a rest. And Cecil with the 9-7 in the small blinds might decide he wants to stick something in there and steal the blinds from
He
David.
just called
He just called.
and check back.
Limping blinds. 6 Jack King. We don't know what David's got. For some reason, yesterday when David had cards, we never saw them. And today it's the same trend. Maybe he's got electricity in his body or something. You never know. Stranger things have happened. Cecil smacks this in a bit.
Betting the 7 that he's hit.
It looks like Cecil, the tournament director, has got a trip tray in his hand here. Behind the players. Maybe there's a change out coming.
Still want to go through the tears is running down. Every time you pick blind.
So still stick 6 on that outer table. So action on Tony Van Eden under the gun. A7 suited, he might put this in here. There it goes, all in by Tony. Keenan can't call, Cecil out the way. David and G. In the small blind. Folds. Moto, no opposition, and Tony will get that one through, buys himself the rotation. So it looked like it was Anant and Ganesh again, and Chip's going Anant's way once more. Moon railing there as well.
Oh, that's your name. Very nice.
The last time I checked.
I hope you're right.
No, no.
You're right. When you're supposed to
Cecil from the cutoff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cecil is quietly gone about his business today, huh?
He doesn't say much at the table.
Yep. So this will probably be the last hand before the break. About 20 seconds to run on the clock.
Yeah, David folds after the limp in by Cecil. On to Moto.
No, I wait to now go to the bathroom.
No, I need to see the flop.
That's Berto. Hiya. That's his line.
How's that flop for Cecil?
Yep.
Tony moves all in with top pair. He's going to get snapped by Cecil.
Yep. He's got the joint.
Tony in monster trouble.
Yep. He's a 14%. We've got the wrong two players there.
Okay. Oh my word, Tony goes runner, runner. Wow, 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 wow. So Tony gets it in with top pair versus the flopped straight with a redraw to the straight flush and finds runner full house.
So the fireworks continue on the on the main table. We're now on a 15-minute break. I believe we'll just confirm that. And I believe the players are going on a break.
Well done, Tony. Good luck.
They're still in a hand on the outer table.
Yep, still playing on the outer table.
Greg involved in a hand with Kanesh. And looks like Kanesh has moved all in. Decision time for Greg. So Greg in the tank here, he bet the turn and Kanesh has moved all in.
And the fold is the fold. And we'll be back. We're not going to change tables. We're near to final table time. And we'll be back in about 13 minutes.
Your blinds are 12 and 2400 and 2400 on the big blind ante. You may shuffle up.
Welcome back after our break. This is the final day of the Sunbet Poker Tour, the second stop in the nationwide tour here at the lovely Sun City. This is our blue ribbon event, the main event, 15k buy-in. We are down to the last 11 players. We were in the money at 25 already, so everybody's in payday here. We are paying down for that beautiful bracelet and a first prize of 1.25 million rand. And our feature table continues as pre the break. 5 players left on there. Cecil Chapman, Tony Ng, Moto O'Hara, Tony Van Eden, and Keenan Pienaar, who is the tournament chip leader at this point. Over 2 million chips, running well and playing very well on top of that. So we'll continue with the action. Cecil under the gun with Queen 2 off. Tony and G out the way with the Queen 10. That's a tight fold from early there with his stack. On the button, Moto folds Jack 4. Tony Van Eden, he's gonna smash that in. Oh, just raising. All right, small blind into the big stack. With pocket jacks, the money's going in here anyway. I don't see Tony folding ace queen. So big hand straight after the break.
Plus minus.
He wants to know plus minus how much Tony's got. And he moves all in. Action back on Tony. It's blind on blind this. He knows Keenan's been aggressive. I think he's going to find it tough to fold here. And we'll go off to the races, I'm sure. He's thinking about it. Depends on his gut feel now, on his feel of the action. Oh wow, okay. That is a tight fold there. And Keenan continues his form, picks up the pair when it's raised to ace queen. Tony did well not to smash that in then. He would have been off to the races. He had the 2 overs. Would have been the classical race.
Wow.
So Keenan on top, as you can see, 2.3 million chips. Keenan can't believe that Tony folded ace queen.
Really, eh? No, I never had ace jack. It was a race, but I was just very surprised to fold ace queen suited there. Blind on blind.
Doesn't tell them what he had, he just says that it was a race. So action round to Keenan in the small blind. He wants to know how much chips Cecil has got. He's going to raise it to 70. And Cecil, with the ace king, has moved it all in. Alright, so it wasn't smashed all in, it was raised. The dealer just getting us back up to speed. And there's the fold. So Cecil picks up the plus 70k. There's the outer table. We've got Tony Zhang at the top. Boza actually on the far left behind the deal. You can't see him, just his mountain of chips. He's got a lot of chips, Boza as well. Then Tony Zhang, then Edgar Intezana, Anand Kumar, Kanesh Paitha, and Greg Moklahong. So 6 players on the outer table, 5 on this table. Moto, King 8 folds, Tony folds. Tony folding King 10. Suited, 5-handed. He's making some tight folds. Cecil with a 6 deuce in the small blind. Has limped. Action on Tony. Pocket queens. Tony moves all in, and it'll be a snap fold. So Shea Pina, Keenan for the win. Part of Keenan's family, no doubt, giving him support from Cape Town or wherever Shea is. Let us know where you're from. Assuming Cape Town. And Hilly, morning all, and Boza's my man as usual. So Tony Van Eden under the gun, folds. Keenan folds. Round to Cecil. He's folded. So we go to blind on blind. David with a 10 deuce. And he gives Moto a walk.
See Joe Steggers in the background talking to Mark there. He's come to rail Moto.
Regular home boy players out of the Sea Cliff there.
Yep. I did send a message to Stalio this morning to tell him Moto is on the feature table.
Up to 60,000.
Ace Queen of Diamonds for Keenan. Raise that up to 60,000. Moto folds, Ace 9. Tony will find the big blind. And Keenan will rake in another pot.
So I believe we're still on 11 players. Fighting for the jewellery right in front of you now. As I say, when we get to 9, we will pause the clock. We will do a redraw, and we will seat 9 players at the feature table, and we will play down to a winner. Okay, hand 56 of the day. Blinds at 12, 24, 24 in the big blind ante. David and G with 9-4. Moto with the other bits that made up that straight flush almost. 8-6 of hearts. And he's going to raise it up. Not afraid to get involved, a bit of action. And looks like Keenan has come along as well. King 6 Jack, so Keenan gets the best of that. Albeit Moto does pair of 6. Turn card no help. Option is check. Moto might have to bet at this to win. This with sizing. 70. Keenan, a non-believer, comes along. Keenan is of course ahead still. The 3 is inconsequential. Check, check. He said I got the jack. And Moto slide those cards unseen into the middle. Nice hand. Keenan picks up some more chips. Should put that on a loop, tape recording.
Yeah. Been a common statement for the last few days.
No action on the outer table.
Greg on the very short side there now. And on the feature table, Tony Zhang, very short, and Tony Van Eden. Actually, Tony Van Eden did chip up a little.
Run of full house, I think it was. So David NG is going to put his money in the middle here, I think.
He's done so.
Yeah. All in. Tony Van Eden. And you'll get that round. Well done, young man. Picks up 60k. That'll help out the budget.
Gives him the blind and big blind and anti to pose buys that rotation.
Yep, just in time. Featured the outer table is still quite quiet. Looks like they're just playing in flow out there.
Moto folds under the gun. Tony raising with a queen jack suited.
51,000 is called.
David looking at the price he's getting here, but his hand's very weak. So we'll go 2 to the flop.
2 clubs for Keenan here.
And top pair, running well still.
Tony's going to rip it.
102.
102,000. Keenan in trapping mode here. Keenan thinking
No, he's going to put him all in. Tony out the way. So Keenan nearly 2 million up from where he started the morning.
Yep, been running well. But see, it's all good, well and good running well. He's still got to play good.
Yeah, he's playing very well as well.
Yep.
So that's an unbeatable combination. Form and playing well.
That's just what you want when you start hitting final tables for future events, especially when there's over a bar up top.
Cecil raises it to 100k. And it's folded. The pocket nines from the button. And he'll take down the dead money in the middle. 60k plus.
Queens V8s. And it looks like Greg's doubled up.
So Greg will get a welcome double up. Be patient.
Looks like he's doubling up through Edgar, to be honest. I can't see, but it looks like it. Yeah, Edgar is the player that's doubling him up. So, great, a little dent in the stack for Edgar, and Greg will continue to trend in the right direction. Back to the feature table. Cecil with the queens here. Raised to 100. David NG with ace king. This is going in.
Yeah, guaranteed that money's going in.
He can't not put it in. Moto is going to fold. Tony folds. Cecil will not be folding either. And queens versus ace king. Not a fair fight, but 2 overs. 60% versus 40%. Good luck, gentlemen.
Queens. Me 19.
All small cards, no help, but a draw for the ace king. Looking for the 3. Any ace, any 3. Any ace, any 3. And we will lose David NG to the queens. Well done, David. Been a pleasure having you at the feature table. Nice man to boot, and well-deserved cash. So I hope you enjoyed your time in South Africa, and we wish you fair winds on your way back to the Mauritian Islands.
So 4 players now on the feature table. There are 6 on the outer, so they'll bring us 1.
Yep, so we will balance to 5 and 5, as Mark says, and we will be playing for the final table. 1 more player to be eliminated. We will pause the clock, we will redraw and reseat the players on the final table. That's 1 more player. So local time, 12:32 here, lunchtime. Time for some munchies, and I still think I'll take the over on 3 o'clock on this finishing.
Yeah, you still got to get to final table. It's got to be set. Then you've got a couple of deep stack players. So a lot of play there. Nished Abdul, who's been a regular visitor, he said he was ill and at home, remember? And he says, Anthony's runner, full house gave me heart palpitations. Good catch for the small stack.
Yeah, very true. Couldn't have put it better myself, Nisha. Couldn't have put it better myself. Interesting, he falls there. I like those cards.
Yeah, me too. Moto will pick up the money.
So a shout out to our sponsors at Sunbet in coordination with Sun International. And of course, as always, the staff here at Sun City. Still beavering away outside, still busy. And the Doc will be joining us on the feature table. You see him there, just appeared. Chatting to him during the break, and we were reminiscing of the day he knocked Phil Ivey out of the Alpha 8. And Jungle Man Cates got lucky with him with that Jack 10 when he had Jack Queen, I think it was. And yeah.
What a memory to have. I knocked out Phil Ivey.
He said the other day Phil called him for a game of golf. Beautiful. Was such a baller. Oh dear, good old Doc. That was a great tournament, the Alpha 8 there at Gladiator Room back in the Caesar. I think it was Emperor, no, Caesar's Palace, I think. Can't remember. Anyhow, Jungle Man Cates was there for sure. Antonio Sfandiari, Phil Ivey, a couple of the German pros as I recall. And Matt Murgatroyd was dealing, as I recall. Great memories. Well done to the Doc. Came second in that. That was a $100,000 buy-in, by the way. Hello.
Yeah, US.
Ooh, loads of money. Okay, Ganesh straight into the action here as more ammunition arrives.
Ganesh also with over 2 million.
Yes, he's been quietly beavering away in the backdrop there. Taking down a few here and there.
Added chips halfway through the hand. How much was the money?
I said it. Gave me he asked me for a count. 1.4. I said 1.4. Including my chips across.
Okay. I saw maybe like 300k or something.
Oh.
So Keenan has a very good point there. A very good point. The hand was in progress. He was in the hand and they were still bringing his chips to the table. He assumed that he only had 300,000 and then the reinforcements arrived, hence the reason he folded. It completely changes the action. So Keenan was not happy. It's not a big story, but we need to know exactly how much you're behind before you sit down and start playing. Moving on. Looks like Tony Zhang is picking up chips there, representing the People's Republic of China here this morning. He's a very nice gentleman. So I spoke with Anand during the break. He said his wife has gone home because the boys got exams and she's driving my new G-Wagon 63, AMG 63. I said, bigger for you. He said, she's the boss. I said, okay. He said, by the way, I need a lift if anybody's going to jump. Arrives his brand new G-Wagon AMG 6.3 and now he needs a lift home. Tells you a story, yeah?
Home.
Who wears the trousers in that house? Anyhow, he says if he gets to the feature table, he must give a shout out to his good lady because they will be listening.
So Cecil is raised from the small blind into Ganesh's big blind.
Yeah. So what's this? Donovan Harris, who supported us all week here. Give him a shout out. Before running off to catch the F1 followed by the Indy 500, I want to take this opportunity to thank you guys and your colleagues and the sponsors for the past 10 days. It's been very much appreciated. Not a problem, Donovan. It's been appreciated you supported us. Make sure you come and shake our hands in the fullness of time. And yes, the F1 is the Monte Carlo Grand Prix today. Charles Leclerc, who is actually a resident in Monte Carlo, could be the first resident ever to win it. He came close last year, of course. Notwithstanding the Indy 500, and if you've got a favourite in that, I'd like to hear it. Roman Grosjean is mine. He of the burning hand tricks. And hopefully we'll see some of that later on this evening if we get an opportunity to. I will definitely be watching the Monaco Grand Prix in Monte Carlo.
So back to the action. It was raised by Cecil, defended the big blind by Ganesh. Cecil bets the second pair, Ganesh top pair, all in.
And Cecil has to get away from this. Yep. You don't beat the whole stack in with second pair.
So he burns
It's in the book of rules.
Yeah, he burns a few chips to Doc. So Greg fighting on there, having got that double up with the queens versus Edgar's eights.
Looks like Tony Zhang to act here.
Looks like he's in the big blind and it's been raised by Edgar from under the gun. King 9 suited for Tony. He folds.
Up to 55,000. Up to 55,000.
Nice to have PTJ on the dealing on the feature table.
Special treat.
Keenan's raised. Cecil is called and Doc says I'm coming along with my 5s.
It'll work for me, he says. Let's see if we can find ourselves a little set here somewhere. Stay under the radar.
And Moto getting a great price to come along with the gapped suited connectors.
31k to win 213. Even I would enter that pot. Go Moto.
How's that for a move, Gaz?
Moto-san. Hello, Moto.
I'm gonna squeeze, yeah. It takes
Love
some
your
stones,
work.
eh?
Love your work. So Moto with the big squeeze there. Ganesh is the only one who can keep him honest. I mean, it's fair to say Moto has got one over. And they are suited. Is Doc doing what I think he's doing?
Yeah, he's counting out cooling chips. He's reading the situation of what Moto's doing. It's just like, do I want to risk that much? Because he can still get lucky. Has he got 2 overs? Has he got a bigger pair? I mean, it's all got a factor.
And Ganesh is going to fold this one.
Yeah.
Carrying on with our sponsor mentions, Liquid Intelligent Technologies, with their expansive reach and unique offering of reliable high-speed connectivity, state-of-the-art data centers, and the innovative digital services that can guide your business forward to a digital future. That is Liquid Intelligent Technologies for all your connectivity needs. 32 minutes to run on the level. There you go, as if by magic. 10 players left in. The local time is 12:42. Next break in an hour and a half. And the average stack is now over 1 million. Thank you to our team there. 12:24, 24 on the big blind ante. And that will go up in about 30 minutes.
Fold it round to the button. Ganesh folds. Round to the small blind. Moto calls.
Naughty Moto, as will now be known.
And they've got similar hands.
Yep. Both of them are going to hit the 9 here. I suspect the kickers won't come into play, but we'll see. Certainly Van Eden all in.
Yeah, check.
Look at his face.
Just smashed.
He knows he's got top pair here. Or possibly. I mean, there's a 10 there, so he can fold.
Fold.
Yeah, give it to him.
Well done, Tony.
You will never know how close you came there, Tony.
The Seman line for was dominating his 9-3.
Yeah, I think that was probably going to be a chop pot for all
Yeah,
money.
100% big has. Or some sick run out.
So that's the outside table. 5 and 5. Next player out will be the bubble person from the feature table for the final table. But all getting paid. All getting paid. Well into the money now. Cecil with the 7-2 of spades. I suspect he will give those back very, very quickly. Round to Kinesh with 9 jack of spades. So far we've only used 1 suit up. I got money says that there's not 2 spades under the next player's cards. That would be bizarre if it did.
Falls it round to Keenan in the big blind, ace-8. Makes the call.
Interesting. Off to the flopperoonie we will go. Jack 8-3. So Kinesh gets the best of it there. Only 1 spade. We know there's quite a few folded already. Keenan with the betting lead from the big blind. Checks it. Kinesh with top pair should bet this, and then Keenan should fold. He's not going to let him get there, that's for sure. Yep. So Keenan should be able to fold this quite easily. I know he's got ace-8, but I don't think the 8 is good. I don't think he thinks the 8 is good. Taking his time here. Second pair, top kicker.
I hit the board. I hit the board.
Here's rock.
I'll show. You show?
Show the jack.
Don't you see that as a mistake? Jam it in.
He said, I hit the board, you show, I show, and that was that, as they say. So Kinesh picks up a nice little pot there, having bet 150 with exactly those chips. How about that?
50 there.
Greg looks like he's added a few more chips to his stack there.
Looks that way.
No, I was big blind.
No, you're not. You folded. I didn't bet.
No, it's 100% correct.
He was big blind.
I was big blind.
Okay, off and running again. Hand number 67 of the day, Kinesh folds. Motor with a 10-4. They'll go back in the muck. Tony also folded PDQ. Back around to Anthony, who's also folded. So we're now with Keenan, who's betting out here.
From the small blind.
We don't know what his bet was. It looks like Cecil's joining him. Jack 10. Okay, so they're all clubs out there. Queen is good for Cecil. And Keenan looks like he's going to put some chips in the middle. And I'm sure Cecil will see them off very quickly. Was he going to re-raise this?
Yeah. Send the message back.
130. We raise 130.
Yep, you tried. And the fold is forthcoming, as they say. I wonder when people say, as they say, who are they? It's like everybody else. Who are they?
Supposed experts, as they say, assuming they are.
If it
experts.
wasn't for my troop of singing potatoes, I think I would go mad. As a wise man once said. Look at Steve Courtney showing off his thing. Good old Stevie, well done. You won 10 bob. Good work, my friend. He got the Willy Wonka chocolate ticket.
The golden ticket.
Yeah. With the never-ending gobstopper.
Cecil limps in. Doc with pocket eights. All in, all away.
Yep. Pocket eights. He had the two snowmen.
Funny little interaction yesterday between Mr. Sun and Boza with the eights. Why you play with my card? It was lovely. A nice hug between the two players.
Good people.
Pocket eights v pocket eights. All the money in on the flop.
So we're back off and running on the feature table. Pocket queens for Keenan. Raises up to 60k. Cecil gets out the way. Kinesh will get out the way, I'm sure, here in the small, round the big blind. And that'll be folded. And the queens will go into the muck as anonymously as they came out of there. Back to the outer table. Dealer is shuffling. Anand is collecting chips, which is not unusual for him. Anybody who's going back to Joburg, Anand's looking for a lift. His wife has snagged the car and the child, and they've gone back early. If he wins the million, maybe I'll do it for him. I'll run him home for like 100 grand. I'll even talk to him. Be nice. Good man, Anand. Very nice chap. And a beautiful family to boot. Okay, Kinesh here with the Queen 9. Looks like Kinesh is carving out some raising chips. Meadow puts it all in the middle. Ganesh is unable to call motors all in. Okay, back to the feature table. I was watching the outer table. It's just standard action. there's no big pots as yet. We will bring you any news from the outer table, and we are still waiting to play down to 9 players, currently 10. 9 players will equal the final table.
Keenan gets the walk, picks up the 12k plus.
So Kanesh and Keenan are fairly equal in chips now, which is going to need a cooler to separate them. There you go, Sun International, no value. Well, just give me a load of them. What it means is they're not cash chips, they're tournament chips. Only for use in tournaments, of course. All a bit subdued here, waiting for the big finale and the 9-seater. Hopefully we'll get a little break in between, poke a bit of food in the old face. Maybe get an ice cream. I haven't had an ice cream for at least 12 hours. Keenan with Jack 9 suited. Pretty cards. I think he raised that up.
Oh, it's just limp pot, was it?
Yeah, look at that. 8, 9, 10. So straight draw for Keenan. We don't know what Cecil's got. 7, 8, 9, 10. Jack? No, he has.
And he's hoping Cecil have a 6, please.
50,000. 50,000. Call.
Here we go.
He had the 6. Bottom end for Cecil.
He did. Well, the good news is he didn't go broke. That's the good news. So Ahmed Kareem there poking his head in to say has it to his buddy from down in Cape Town. So the feature table, sorry, the secondary table outside. There's Tony Zhang is on the button. Looks like there's been a raise from Anand.
Edgar's out the way in the middle of that. And Tony gets that through.
Okay, Moto with ace 10.
Up to 54,000.
54,000 is the bet. Round to Keenan. No round to Cecil.
That raise from under the gun gets through.
Yep, I was going to say we didn't see Kanesh's cards there, which is unfortunate.
Tony with 251,000, just over 10 bigs.
We didn't see his cards. Ace King for Keenan.
Pops it up.
60.
I'll be curious to see how many premium hands he's had today.
A
Quite
lot.
a lot, huh?
A lot. Round to Moto. He folds and Keenan drags in another one. So Cecil in the cutoff, looking to get active. He's raised it.
I like a call here. 10-7 suited. Look at the look. Beautiful.
Motor out the way, Tony Van Eden out the way. So Doc calling in position.
So Kinesh gets the best of this, I think. Yeah, the 7.
Check. Now Cecil hits the front.
Yep. Two pair for both players. So Cecil bets. Yeah. Don't think a Doc can call here. But what he can do is raise. Depends what devious he feels, and also needs to consider that Cecil's only got 142 behind, which is a major consideration. SPR, stack to pot ratio, is heavily in favour of all of it going in.
Yeah, the odds to get him to fold are not good.
Cecil knows he hasn't got an ace because he would have found out by now. Good fold, tap of the table, nice sportsmanship, and Cecil will pick up a few extra chips. 120 of them. 120,000. Jeepers.
There you can see Tony Van Eden on the bottom, as we've been saying, 8 bigs.
Definitely in the danger zone now, Tony. Needs to get busy. What happened on the outer table? Nothing. Sounds like, or it looks like, Mr. Rosenthal is accumulating chips as usual. Can't see who's short stack there. I don't know how many chips Anand's got. Cecil with 7-2. They'll go in the muck, I'm sure. Folded already round to Moto with 9-2. Tony in the middle for all of it, 8-7. Keenan asking, is that a nice hand? He just wants to know what it is, trust me. Collecting information.
7-8.
Shay Pino says, I'll be there in an hour and I'm bringing my cousin. We're coming along to support my brother to win. So they are on their way to Sun City to come support Keenan.
There you go, that's nice. I hope they're not driving from Cape Town, they might be a bit late.
Oh, goodness.
Tony Zhang in a hand out here with Anand by the look of it. Anand looks down at his cards to see what's happening and he will give up his blind. So Tony Zhang busy stealing blinds. Tony all in again. Keenan, no, he's just folding. So he's just taking Keenan's small and he's big. Cecil will fold and Tony will pick up the big blind of Cecil as well. And Tony has just picked up a few blinds for himself. Well done, youngster. Nothing wrong. I'm sure there's a reason Brandon is moving chairs around out there.
So Tony in the cutoff with the Jack 8 folds. Keenan on the button, King Queen.
60,000.
Doc comes along as well.
Ace 10 2. 2 diamonds.
So gut shot for Keenan and the betting lead, because they check to him. He's going to rip it and bet.
60,000.
Doc having none of it. Flush draw for Keenan as well now.
Okay, so there is a player out on the outside table. So at the end of this hand, I suspect we will pause the clock and we will start the redraw process and the movement of chips to the feature table. That will take a little bit of time, the logistics, and I'm pretty sure the tournament director will announce some type of break to allow us to facilitate that. Looks like Greg is the player out. Well played, youngster. I'm sure he'll eat well tonight.
150k bet on the river by Kanesh.
There is no break. There's break.
Congratulations to all players for reaching the final table. Well done. Well done to Greg for coming 10th. Players going to do a redraw and get you seated as soon as possible. I'm sure you can have a little break, and now we want to do a final table photo.
So Keenan's still in the tank here.
Right, players, once they've moved the chips, CT, do you want to move your chips?
Chips, yes.
Okay, once the redraw's been done, you'll have a 15-minute break, okay? Once the redraw is done.
Yeah, but I need them for today. Thank you. Well done, everybody.
In the tank he doth stay. That's a fault, and we're off to do a 15-minute reshuffle, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Welcome back to Sun City. This is the final day, day 10 of the Sunbet Poker Tour's second stop on the nationwide tour at the beautiful Sun City. This is our main event, the Blue Ribbon event, the third day of this event, and we are down to the final table. 25 players got paid out of the massive field of 253. The guarantee of 3 million was exceeded, and first prize will be 1.250 million, and that beautiful bracelet that you've been seeing all along. We have 9 players to the final table. Bozo David Rosenthal in seat 1 will be 1.324 million chips. Tony Zhang in seat 2 will be 919,000 chips. In seat 3, Edgar Antizana, 1,019,000 chips. Seat 4, Anant Kumar, 976,000 chips. Seat 5, Cecil Chapman, 283,000 chips. Seat 6, Kinesh Paitha, 1,698,000 chips. Seat 7, Mota Uhara, 877,000 chips. Seat 8, Tony Van Eden, 311,000 chips. And our chip leader, seat 9, Keenan Pinar, 2,415,000 chips. You saw in the background there as we shifted from the flop cam, some people all getting ready. Everybody's getting ready. There's some of the merchandising that has been on offer this week. The Sunbet Poker Tour caps. There are hoodies. There's all kinds of things. And these, I think, are hampers that are being given to each of the final tablists with a little package for each of them, which is very nice. A little final table momentum that you've reached the final table. You're getting a gift box with all the things in. Nice little touch by the Sunbet Poker Tour. There are the players busy gathering in the background, all mentally prepared. Moto O'Hara there, Anand Kumar. Bozo, of course, needs no introduction. Tony Zhang, Cecil Chapman, Keenan wandering around in the background. His sister and cousin have coming fast to Sun City to come and support him, which is absolutely wonderful. We're watching on the stream, saw what he was doing, and have decided to come give him support on the rail.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Sun City Resort in the Northwest Province. It's time for our final table of this main event. After 24 hours of play, eventually we've reached this final table. Let's give all these players a wonderful, wonderful round of applause for getting this far. A magnificent prize pool of over 3 million rand, and most of it being at the top, so all players in this final table have got a chance at shooting for some major payout glory. Right, without any further ado, please let's welcome to the Sunbet Poker Tour main event final. In seat number 1 with 1.3 million chips, please put your hands together for none other than David Rosenthal. On your way in, please collect your lovely gift and prize from Sunbet for just making a final table. Picking up his photo there, David Bozo Rosenthal. Let's give him a nice round of applause. In seat 2 from Botswana, the first time at the Monster Jam Poker Tour Sunbet event, please put your hands together for Tony Zhang, 900,000 chips. And not for the first time this week at a final table all the way from Port Elizabeth. He's one of the finest poker players in South Africa. Please put your hands together for Edgar Antizana. 1,020,000 chips. Our next finalist in seat 4 is no stranger to poker and certainly one of the funniest characters in South African poker. He looks like, he sounds like Sachin Tendulkar. He's a wonderful friend of mine. Please put your hands together for Anant Kumar. The next gentleman just loves his poker. He's an absolute recreational player. He plays for the love and the fun of poker. He comes from Clarksdorp. Please put your hands together for Cecil Chapman. 283,000 chips, the short stack at the table. Get them in good, Cecil. Another multi-table finalist this week. One of our greatest supporters. He's always in and around the poker scene. He loves it. He travels around the world for poker, golf with Tiger Woods. Please put your hands together for Ganesh Batha. The next player at our final table, certainly one of my favorites, a good friend. He comes from Japan. He lives in Tanzania. He's a character of note. The Japanese fish, Moto Ohara. Our day one chip leader's up next. He wasn't even sure how he got all these chips. He was so good. Please put your hands together for our very good friend, Tony van Eerden. 311,000 chips. Just pick up a gift there. And our last player to get to the final table in seat number 9. He's your chip leader. He comes from Cape Town. He's a wonderful poker player. He just doesn't play enough. Please put your hands together for your chip leader, Keenan Pinar. 2,415,000 chips. Leaders and players, your button is in seat number 9. Seat number 9, your blinds are 12,000, 24,000 and 24,000 big blind ante. When the players are seated, you may shuffle up and deal.
For 5 minutes. Number 2 will sit back.
Welcome back. It's final table time. They're all playing for that beautiful piece of software. Silverware, sir, not software. And we have 9 of the finest to entertain us through to the end of this wonderful tournament, the Blue Ribbon event here at the Sun City Resort. Stop number 2 on the Sunbet Tour. Okay, so the action has started straight out of the gate. Seat number 3, Edgar first to act under the gun. He'll get some of those. Round to Kanesh. Just got to learn the order of the players again. Moto, the Japanese fish. That is what he is known as, of course. Jack 10 for Keenan Pinar. Keenan with 2.4 million. We will get a chip count later.
Raise 5,000.
David Rosenthal. Queen 8. And he'll fold those. Tony Zhang will get out the way as well. Keenan will pick up the 60,000 of free money. A veritable who's who of poker here on our final table today. I'm just looking down the list here. Edgar in the millions, Ganesh in the millions, and Keenan obviously in the millions also. Shout out for our dealer. And that, yes, folks, this is his name, Beatrice Toffee Jelly. The best name on the planet. Welcome, Beatrice, to the feature table again. Always a pleasure to have you here. Nice sharp dealer. And action on Anand. They've been folded all the way around to Ganesh already. Ganesh with 8-3. They'll go into the muck. Moto with a queen 10, not going to enter into the fray. Tony will be looking for a spot here in the hijack. Maybe this is the spot. Ace 10. Nope, he decides he's going to let it go. And Keenan Pinar with the suited king 9. I don't know if he folded or if he... Nope, away it goes. So Tony Zhang here with an ace 5, following the raise to 55,000. So in the small blind, it's going to defend and call the Keenan's bet. Edgar in the big blind. He has folded. So king 9 queen. So big flop here for Keenan. Not much happening for Tony. Keenan will bet 50. And Tony will fold that. And Keenan continues to get hit with the deck here. He's running so well. And I spoke with him in the break, and he said, you know, I just never had a run like it 2 days in a row. I said, well, you picked the right day when there's 1.25 million up top. So pretty awesome. So well done you. There is your leaderboard, and obviously Cecil at the bottom and Tony with 11 and 12 blinds respectively will be looking for an opportunity to get their money in here for sure. Okay, we are off and dealing. This is hand 81 of the session. And the blinds probably will be going up soon. I did hear a beep in the background there. We did stop mid-session to put this final table together. Welcome back to all the viewers at home watching. Hope you enjoyed your tea break and the presentation party there. That was very nice touch by Sunbet. Jacks for Moto. Raises up to 55. It's folded all the way around to Bozo. Down to Tony Zhang. There we go. And number 82, Ganesh, 10-3 here, under the gun. Too early to play in those. Nice healthy stack there though. Round to Moto. King 9. Not going to play those. Antonio Van Eden, our short stack, gets out of the way, as does Keenan. Around the corner, past the dealer to David Rosenthal. We'll certainly see some action for David with the King Queen suited. Standard sizing seems to be 55 on the table. Let's see if he follows suit. Looks like a little more, maybe 65. .62 is the number. Tony Zhang, pocket 8s. The interesting dimension, of course, here, People's Republic of China, and the lucky number in China is number 8. So this will be a monster hand in his eyes. And Chinese people are very, very tuned into the luck associated with the number 8. Edgar snaps off as well. He's going to go set mining, getting a good price. Cecil out of the way. Cecil's my new horse, by the way, with Tony. Always want the underdogs to do well. Okay, we'll get a nice deal out there. 3, 5, 6. So up and down straight draw for Edgar. Pocket 8 still ahead. 2 overs for David. possible backdoor clubs. David first to act here with a betting lead out of the hijack. Not often you say that, only the cut-off and the dealer button in front of him. He's going to put a standard C-bet in here.
Call 81.
Oh, well. So Tony flats this off, and Edgar says, you're all going to pay for you. I've got an up and down straight draw here. You're going to pay. David is folding, he knows that. He's just going to take his time, compose himself, keep some credit to the hand. They'll go into the muck. Tony Zhang has not got such an easy decision. He knows that Edgar would have bet if he had had an overpair. So Edgar did just flat call. He was on the dealer button, so he'll give him credit for some type of hand. And Edgar's aggression will pay off and get the player with a made hand to get out of the way. Nice play by Edgar. Queen 5 for Mojo, under the gun. No thank you, sir. Round to Keenan. 8-6, don't think he's going to be playing those.
Huh? 1530. 15,000. The range is 85. The range is 85.
Catch it later, but
Keenan with the fours here, Anand with the ace queen, raised to 85. Anand looks like he's carving out a bigger bet. Yep, the raise is in.
100.
The three bets is 215 is the total. Ganesh's price is no price, he's out. Keenan now has to pay 130 more to see a flop here with pocket fours. And the question is, does he want to pay the price? Sensibly gets rid of it. Nice play. Well done. Good strong play by Anand. Anybody going back to Joburg? Anand's looking for a lift down. He let his wife take his new G-Wagon AMG 6.3 with the kids. He said he had to get home to do his exams. I said, you spent all your money on one car, you could have bought 10. A lovely machine, huh? Lovely machine. Okay, Bozo in 1, Tony Zhang in 2, Edgar in 3, Anand in 4, Cecil in 5, Ganesh in 5, Ganesh in 6, Motu in 7, Tony Van Eden in 8, and seat number 9 is Mr. Keenan Pinar. Okay, seat number 8, Tony 8-7 suited. Too early to get your money in there, China. Too early. Bozo gets out of the way as well. Edgar decides to come along in a hijack. And raises it up to 60,000. It is around to Ganesh. Ganesh gets out of the way. Motor with a Jack 10 suited will call. Nine, 2 hearts, ace. So the ace of hearts for Edgar is ahead here. Backdoor heart draw. Nothing much for Moto, and I think this will go bet fold. Yep, indeed it does. And Edgar will pick up that pot. Nice bet. So strong showing from Anand and a strong showing from Edgar, and the action will continue. Cecil now down to 7 big blinds, Anthony Van Eden down to 10 big blinds, and then Tony a little bit above the danger zone on 22 big blinds. There we go.
So thank you for letting me have my quick lunch break there, guys.
That's all right. You got to feed the machine, eh?
Yeah, it's a big machine to feed.
Yeah. Right. Well, I'm going to do the same now. So you're on your own for 5 minutes.
All right. Did you read out the message from Bain Elliott?
I did not. Bain Elliott. Nice watching from Mauritius. Recognise some of the guys who came here earlier this year. Our audience is far and wide. Thank you, sir. I hope the Mauritius is nice and warm. On the equator, the Mauritius is always nice and warm.
Right, so Gaz, I'll take over from you. Anything exciting happened while I was out there? Right, Gaz is off for lunch. Anand Kumar folds, round to Cecil Chapman in the cutoff. 220k, so he really needs to start making moves, as Gary has been telling you. He is folded. On the button, Ganesh, pocket jacks. So 75k in the pot. And he raises.
The raise is 75.
To 75,000. He raises the exact pot. Tony Van Eden, 251k out the way. And Ganesh will take that in with the pocket jacks. There's that beautiful bracelet again. You've seen it multiple times, but it is worth mentioning. It's going to be special. I mean, the money comes, the money goes, but something like that remains forever. That's the prestige of it. So, action on Bozo under the gun. He folds round to Tony. Played very solidly. Edgar out the way. We know his pedigree. Anant as well. Queen 5 of diamonds. Too earlier position. Cecil's already folded. Round to Ganesh. He's had a very good week here, poker-wise. A number of cashes, a win. It was my sentimental pick for that big shot, and he won it. And outside of Bozo and Keenan, Gary said, who else would you pick? And I said, well, then if I can't pick one of those two, then I'll go with the Doc again. Good friends, known him a long time. Always as a nice word to say, and friendly. Very, very nice man. So we move on to the next hand. Tony Zhang under the gun. An interesting dynamic with Bozo and Keenan either side of one another. So Keenan now has Bozo to his left, which will change some of his actions a little. And Bozo, of course, has Edgar and Anant to his left. So 10-line suited for Anant, under the gun +2. So the first raise is 75,000 from Anant. Cecil Chapman finds Ace King. He's moved all in for 220k. Doc is sitting with Ace Queen, now scrunched between the raise and the all-in player. So he's got a decision to make and a lot of players behind still. Looks like Doc wants to isolate the short stack because he's counted out a lot more than 220 there. Kanesh has moved all in over the top. And that is to isolate the shorter stack. So that he goes just heads up with the short stack. And will now have to get out the way with his 10-9 suited, which probably may be a winner in that look if you look at all the big picture cards. So Cecil well in front with his Ace King versus the Ace Queen. He just has to dodge a straight draw or a queen. And there's the queen immediately for Kanesh. He takes the lead. There's redraws, kings or jacks for Cecil. Still kings or jacks for Cecil. And he doesn't find it, and we will bid farewell to Cecil from the final table. Well done, sir, to make the final table. A nice payday for him. And he will walk away with 50,000 Rand for his troubles. And a nice little gift package from Sunbet, which was a nice touch, giving each of the final tablists a two-tier package. They had a box and a packet with all kinds of merchandising, branded stuff, etc., some snacks, etc. in there. Very nice touch by Sunbet. They've really gone out of their way this week to make the best for the player. The player's VIP area has been amazing. They've entertained them. They've set up everything to really look after the player. So big shout out to Sunbet for that. So Kanesh eliminates the short stack there. Anant, I think, would have made not a straight there, but it's immaterial. Kanesh did the right thing, big stack, isolate the short stack, and it came from behind immediately on the flop and held up. So Edgar Antizana, pocket queens under the gun. Some ladies for him.
Up to 80.
Raises to 80,000.
80,000.
Gets rid of a couple of players behind. Keenan is already out of the way, so it's up to Bozo. Bozo folds around to Tony in the big blind. And Tony with a small pair. It's 50,000 to call. You could set mine here. If a 3 comes, Edgar won't see it. He decides he's not going to get involved. There was a price to maybe see a flop there, but he's decided against it. So Tony Van Eden, the short stack on the table now. He's already laddered up one spot.
Okay, it's a bit better.
So we've got our first bust from the final table of the main event. With me is Cecil Chapman. You are the 9th place finisher. First of all, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
And how was the tournament for you?
The tournament was fantastic. I think it's one of the best in South Africa.
Thank you so much. And it's always nice to visit Sun City. Did you guys have a good time here? I know you brought your wife with.
Always a good time in Sun City. Always.
Well, fantastic. Congratulations on the win. I know it's been a long 3 days of poker. Will we see you at our next event in Sabaya?
Definitely, yes. I'm actually going to follow you a little bit.
Fantastic. We love to hear that. Congratulations, and we'll see you soon. Enjoy the trip and safe travels home.
Thanks. I'll appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Right, and welcome back. There was a nice interview with Caitlin, with Cecil Chapman, and nice to hear that he's going to follow the tour around, and he had some nice words to say about this event and about the future events of the Sunbet Poker Tour and the Monster Jam team. So it's been raised by Moto with a King Jack, and it's folded all the way around, and Moto will take that down, and he gets the plus 75k in the middle. So it's very nice. As each player exits, they're going to get a little exit interview by Caitlin. You can hear their thoughts on the tournament, on the venue, etc. And just find out a little bit more about them. Most of the players very well known to you, but if you don't, you will find out a little bit more about them. So PTJ shuffles up, deals. Action on Kanesh. He folds. Moto follows suit. Tony Van Eden still looking for something to put that 236k across the line with. King Queen suited for Keenan now. 2.5 million chips. He's raised to 70k. Bozo's going to keep a keen eye on him. You see that, the little glance across. Folds. Tony Zhang with pocket 7s this time. Yeah, he folded pocket 3s in the blind. This time he'll be on the button and have position. He folds again. The 2 players, he didn't fold, he actually called. Looked like he pushed his cards forward. So there's the king straight away for Keenan. 1-7 only as an out to Tony because the 7 has been folded. Nine doesn't change anything. Gives a flush draw to Keenan as well. Strengthens his hand. The 7 of clubs had been folded anyway. Keenan keeps checking. He wants to induce some action from Tony. There is the flush for Keenan. King was already good enough. The only way he gets paid is if he puts a little bet in, because if he checks, Tony has enough showdown value to just check behind. Tony might look him up here, putting him on a hand like ace queen or something like that, ace jack, and that Keenan's just trying to steal it here on the river. He's putting a steel size bet here. It'd be hard for Tony to put him on the flush because it's a backdoor flush. So nice bet here by Keenan. And I think he may get paid. Keenan's made this look bluffy. And he makes the call, and Keenan will get paid off. So nicely played by Keenan. Slow played his king. Picked up the flush draw on the turn, so slow played some more. And made the second nut flush. And he'll get plus 290k, getting paid off there on the river. And that was due to the way he played the hand. So Hilly comes on, he says good luck to all the final table superstars. Yes, Hilly, we all wish them well, and gonna look forward to seeing you at the venues sometime shortly. Your recovery has gone well. Moto folds. Tony Van Eden folds. Keenan in the muck. Round to Bozo. Got ace-4 in the hijack. He'll raise that up to 70k. Fold it all the way around. And Bozo gets that one through. So blinds posted. Tony Van Eden under the gun. Dealer had to wake Moto up there. He was in slumber mode, in Moto mode. So Tony looking for a spot. David Moodley, been a great support of the stream, still in the running for that cap from Gaza, with his birthday same day as Ayrton Senna. He says, well done, gents, enjoy, and thanks for a lovely event. David, we look forward to seeing you play some poker again, my friend. So none from the button, using the button, raises. Ganesh folds. Let's see what Moto's got. King 8. He's going to defend. Oh, he re-raises. Look at Moto. Go, boy.
230.
He knows that Anant is stealing from the button, and he puts the pressure back. And he gets an unfold. Well played, Moto. So Jakob Potgieter, go Cecil, make Klaksdorp proud. By the time you see this, Cecil has been eliminated, but he did extremely well out in 9th place and a nice payday. And Hilly, as always, go Bozo. Hilly, a big Bozo fan. So Tony Van Eden in the big blind now, posting the big blind and ante. That'll chew a little more into his stack. So fold it all the way around because at ace-6 a little early for Bozo. Round to Kanesh on the button, 8-4 off. Get a shot of that. Now Moto's going to put pressure on the shorter stack. He doesn't, he just limps in. Wants to see what Tony does. Tony checks back. Ace, deuce, queen flop. Moto reaches for chips and gets Tony to fold. Yeah, Moto was on the premise if you had an ace or something big, you shoving with your short stack, I limp to you, you think I'm trying to trap you, I can represent it on that flop and take it away from you. Nice close-up of Moto there. Loves to sit low down, sort of just hanging over the rail. And Gary says that has been his modus operandi for many, many years that Gary played with him up at the Sea Cliff in Tanzania, along with a lot of the others. Joe Steggers, Miss Chu, who hasn't come down for this tour, but we saw a lot of him at Times Square and Emerald. And Big Stelio, who came to Emerald with, the owner of the Sea Cliff, they all played out there. So Bozo with pocket threes under the gun. He's raised. Tony Zhang out the way. Quick folds round to Kanesh in the cutoff. Queen 4 suited. Out the way. Moto's quickly out the way. Tony Van Eden folds. Just Keenan in the big blind now. 7-5, and he folds. So Bozo gets his raise under the gun through. Brian Kalobi says Anant is a nice guy indeed. I hope he wins. Some support for Anant.
Yeah, plenty of people watching, very interested in this final table. I've been suitably fed and watered and have returned to the fray.
We lost one player while you were away, Gaz.
I said goodbye to him as he left. I was sat outside. So, good showing by Cecil, huh?
Yeah. Finished in 9th, got 50k for his trouble.
Not a bad day at the office.
And he says he's going to follow us down to Sabaya and follow the tour around the country.
Yeah, a lot of people talking about Sabaya. It'll be well attended, I'm sure.
So Tony moves all in from the button.
If David won't take any time calling
yeah,
this.
Bozo calls and Bozo's ahead.
Standard.
The equity there is taking into account cards that have been folded. Actually puts Tony ahead, even though he hasn't hit yet, and the ace is ahead.
Well, the ace is ahead now, but a big draw for Tony.
Yeah, it changes very quickly.
David will know there's a sweat. That's the dodge one.
And he gets it on the river, as Gaz said. Tony was standing up to leave, Gaz.
And as they say, he got there.
Shame, he actually was leaving. He got up and was leaving his seat already. Never over till it's over, Tony.
And sporting tap of the table by David Rosenthal there. Listen, while we're in the break and we're just waiting for the dealer to just deal up his cards. On a serious note, I spoke with David a little while ago, and he's asked me just to announce online that he and Harold will be donating a lot of their winnings this week to multiple myeloma. And for those of you who don't know, recently David's brother Mark died of this disease, which is a terrible blood disease. And they'll be remembering him by doing a donation to that charity. And David, we're with you, my boy. And I know how big a loss it was for you. And I'm sure he's in a better place now. So well done to Harold and to David Rosenthal. Big donation there in the name of Mark Rosenthal. Rest in peace, sir.
Ganesh with ace queen of spades when we get back to the action. Looks like 85.
85.
Round to Moto. It's folded. Tony's out the way. Keenan's folded. Bozo's out the way. Just Tony Zhang in the big blind. King 7 suited. Same suit. And he gets out the way. Doc shows him ace queen of spades, and he'll be relieved that he folded the king 7 of spades.
So I said to Keenan, your brother's coming to watch you play. They told us online. He said, I haven't got a brother, so it better be my sister.
Yeah, Shay.
So apologies there if we mixed that message up, but I actually saw them arrive just now, which was lovely, a nice family embrace, and she's come down to support her brother, which is just such a nice touch. And you know, you picked the right time. He was smacked by the deck yesterday. He's been smacked by the deck today. And to use his words, I've been running God mode all day.
Yep.
He said hopefully it'll carry on, so good for him. Back to the game, Ganesh with ace 4.
He's away from the table at the moment, so his cards are folded. Nothing for him there. So Tony, blind on blind with Edgar. And he gives it up. Edgar shows 4 deuce.
Like a boss, huh? Like a boss.
How are you going to pull that one off? Well done to the guy, to be fair.
There are all the lovely graphics up on that big LED screen behind the players. Made a little special something for every final table. That is Michael Collett and his team, and Alon here next to me. They're the ones that do all that.
30.
Raised by Bozo in the cutoff, all in by Tony. We're getting a count before Edgar looks at his cards. He folds. He had looked already. And Nunt is out the way. So back round to Bozo. And he's already folded. Tony shows ace king. Nice pickup for him. There's your leaderboard. 90 bigs, 2.7 million at the top. Ganesh Paitha, 68 bigs, 2.1. Down to Tony Van Eden at the bottom with 12 bigs.
Don't say what you had. What you had.
Action on Moto. He's folded. Tony's folded. Keenan's folded. Up to the button. Edgar. He folds. So blind on blind now. Anant gives a walk to Ganesh.
Great shot of Ganesh there.
Lovely camera work.
We were chatting with young Banks with him outside earlier, and I was telling Banksy about the Alpha 8 when Jungle Man was here, and Esfandiari and Phil Ivey and all these. He said, yeah, he says, just nonchalant, he said, yeah, last time I was over there, Phil gave me a call for a game of golf. You know,
just casually, you know.
That's, he's such a baller. Okay, nobody can forget the finale to that when actually Jungleman lucked out against him because he should have won it with the Jack 10, but there you go. Came second. But, knocked out Phil Ivey on the way, and they've been friends ever since, which is lekker, you know, very nice.
Awesome.
Just shows you we're all human. Round to Tony Zhang, send her a picture, send her right, sorry. And Edgar.
120 is the rate. 120.
Ganesh using the button, and he'll get that steal through.
Very nice too. Good work, sir. Good work.
So Tony in the big blind now.
Called commitment. Bye.
He needs to get about 3 million, right?
Maybe a little bit less, 2 minutes. 2.7. Maybe 200.
So Keenan under the gun. Rags. Round to Bozo. King Jack. Early-ish position.
What's the sizing here?
75 the pot.
There it is. Thinks he's playing PLO. That folds quickly around to Edgar. It's around now to Ganesh. Looks like Moto's warming up for a call here with the pocket nines. Maybe even a raise. Nope, just smooths it off.
Tony out the way.
2 players to the flop. King 6 ace, so David flops the best of it here.
Check, check on the flop. Gets better for David. He adds straight draws there as well to his king. Motor puts 100 in. Bozo makes the call. Go to the river. And brings a backdoor flush.
Moto's going to rep it.
He wants to put a big bet in there.
This is Moto repping the flush.
7,000.
David's little poker machine will go into overdrive now. He'll go back over this hand. Number one, he's got a heart in his hand, quite a high one, so he'll consider that a blocker. Number two, the way the hand's played. Check, check. Bet, call. That's after the initial raise, of course. And David's going to see if this is going to make sense. He knows he's putting Dave to the test here. Could also maybe put him on the queen, possible jack. What does Moto call with their pre?
Could even put Moto on the ace. Moto checks the flop to check to the razor, leads out the turn.
That's a distinct possibility. It's a big moment this, because it's a lot of Dave's stack. He's only got 793 behind. To call this, it's about 40% of his money. Moto in innocent mode.
Innocent mode. I think he's too naughty to be innocent, guys.
Yeah. A lot of guys logged on from Tanzania, so shout out to the guys at Seacliff for watching Moto in action here. Nice to have you along. Looks like Bozer's going to fold this. Pressure too much.
Ultimate pressure there by Moto.
Yep, very nicely played by Moto. Unlucky David. And they'll be very interested to see that back when it comes around.
I don't think that's right.
So well played by Moto. He put the pressure on from
So
the turn.
the guys, I think that might be Keenan's sister there. I'm not entirely sure. But, a shot of some of the people watching, that's for sure.
I would imagine that would be. She said she was coming with her cousin, so could be his sister and the cousin the other side of Lauren, because it would make sense they would be sitting there with Lauren and Ahmed.
Elementary, my dear Watson. There you go. Detective work by Mark Wurzer. Back to the action, and it is indeed David Rosenthal who will be under the gun. 7-6 suited, too early in the queue. Thank you. Tony Zhang, ace-10 suited, they were far more attractive. Still early in the queue, see what he says. Nope, thank you very much. I'm more interested in protecting my chips. And already it folds round to the dock. Ace-5. Looks like the streamer is watching our first departure from the final table, Mr. Cecil. And well done again, sir.
So we're going so far raised by Kanesh, called by Moto with the 8. Round to Keenan, he folds in the big blind, so we'll go 2-way to the flop.
Eight double nine. Look at that for a flop for Moto.
Yeah, monster flop for Moto.
Ganesh has got nothing for connection there.
Check, check.
Yeah, needed to see an ace on the turn there, really, to get paid.
Such a small bet. gets Ganesh to come along, which is exactly what he wanted. Get some chips.
Yep, fold. Reputation intact. I've always got it.
Just flop the nuts, no problem. So plus 195k for Moto there. And many a poker player would like to add that to their display cabinet.
Yep, they would indeed. Maybe I'll come back with one.
From Vegas, that would be a very nice one.
Wouldn't that just be the best?
But you'd never display it, it would go into a drawer somewhere.
Yeah.
Just putting that out there, guys.
Yeah, enough on that subject.
I know you too well. Oh goodness. Entice you to wear it to a poker tournament.
Gotta win one first. Every poker player's dream. We can all dream.
Ganesh raised it up with ace king.
85.
It's round 2 Keenan. He folds. Reg ace, good fold. Bozo 7-4, we'll get rid of that. Money will go Ganesh's way. Yeah, Norman Keys got a World Series of Poker bracelet. We know Michael Clacker's one, and then of course you, Todd, originally Irish, but he stayed in South Africa for so long. He won a way back a World Series of Poker bracelet. Those are the 3 that I'm familiar with.
So do you think I would qualify as a South African?
Been here long enough, guys.
I think so.
South African children, South African wife. I think South African
house
nationality, dual nationality. I think we'd claim you.
Okay. I'm a big Bok fan as well. 10 minutes to go on the level, and we know exactly how many players are left in. That's for sure. So it's all the way around to Keenan. Keenan is betting here on the D. Small blind is David, ace 2. 2 raggedy aces. David's all in. Round to Tony Zhang. And I don't think Keenan can call the all in here. Don't know. So let's get a total. Did he call?
So I need to see how much it is to call, I think he said.
Yeah, I thought so too.
He's not giving away that much of his stack on a raggedy ace. Strong play by Bozo. He says I've got a blocker to the aces, big aces, so it's a nice spot for me.
This is revenge. This is love and revenge. This is, I don't know, he wants to sell me to Somalia. So I don't know what to make of that one.
I'll give you a cut for your kidney.
Which kidney are you going to cut?
You know what used to happen to some of the absent negatives, you know, went to Nigeria. Used to get picked up by
Nine under the gun, Queen 9 suited.
transfers.
with the green hat. Top left, there we go.
Shades go on. Folded round. All the way to Keenan already. That's out the way. Tony Zhang folds.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I think Edgar might look him up here. Let's have a look.
Edgar's not giving up his blind easily. He's very tough in his blinds, Edgar.
And he's got a reasonable hand to defend with.
Finds the best of the flop, but there's 2 spades for an unt.
Yep, so it's an action flop. There's the flush. So we can see the outs at the top of the screen for Edgar.
One of only.
The only ones, all the other 10s and 3s are gone.
That's a brick. I think Edgar loses a few more chips here. He's not going to put on unt on the flush already. Ah, he checks. Sniffs it out maybe. Good player, Edgar. Your pick. Outside of the other 2 players we mentioned. Good little value in here at the end.
385, what's he done? 200.
Yeah, he's going to check call. And he does shed a few chips to an unt.
Well, he didn't put him on the flush, that's why it's not called.
Yeah, I said he didn't put him on the flush. He was check calling there. But it was a snap, he didn't even think.
Yeah, so Keenan's been the most active player. Obviously Tony Van Eden at the bottom and Tony Zhang very inactive, just waiting for spots. So Keenan, as you'd expect with a big stack, to have the VPIP number, voluntary put in pot, as they say.
Life is so good. You're losing 50k chips by mistake. You didn't even notice.
Oh, boss. So Doc with ace-10 under the gun.
He's saying no skill. I said, skill I use it my job, not in poker. Poker is fun. Good time.
Ganesh under the gun, comes out firing, strong move. 2 folds immediately, round to Keenan. In the 9 box, round to David in the 1 box.
Not going looking.
Just Anand to get past.
The chips go to the dock.
What you had there? I don't know. Thank you.
So the action is slowed down a little bit. There's Martin Maroon playing earlier, got knocked out. Did very well though, made the cash, so that was good. Smile, Martin, you're on TV. Okay, Mr. Dealer, we want some cards, please.
So raised by Keenan now, the King Queen.
75. The raise is 75. 75,000.
The raise is 75, he said.
Boza's already out the way. Tony's out the way with the sixes. He's folded now 3 sixes and 7s pre-flop, Gaz.
Yeah, he's obviously in this for the long haul and looking for premium hands. That's all I can tell you. Ganesh picks up a semi-premium hand.
Yeah.
Suited ace queen.
And I don't think he's flat calling with that.
No. Depends what your definition is of premium, of course. Aces, kings, queens, possibly jacks and ace king.
And
That's
he
me.
does flat call after I say he's not flat calling with that. So from the big blind, flat calling with the ace queen of diamonds, staying hidden.
5, 2, 3. So only the ace with the draw. Wish you wouldn't do that clapping near my microphones.
There is the straight. Brings another heart on board.
What a bizarre high hand. Ace queen versus king queen. And the wheel straight's going to win this.
Yeah, and there are outs for Keenan to chop it for straight, sixes or aces.
Yeah, of course, yeah. He's got an up and down chop.
Yeah. The bet's going to get it done though. Should. Didn't. Keenan setting him up for a bluff ripping a flush here. And there, 140,000, but Doc Snap calls.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Straight wins. The raise was 140.
140 bet by Keenan on the river trying to steal it. And Doc called him off.
So the players will go on the break that was programmed. And we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Welcome back to Sun City after the break. This is the 10th and final day of this second stop of the Sunbet Nationwide Tour at Sun City. This is our final table of the Blue Ribbon event, day 3 of the main event. We are down to 8 players, paying for that wonderful bracelet on the right-hand side there, and 1.25 million on top. Very interesting final table. A lot of good players on this table, no easy spots out there. Tony Van Eden grinding the short stack.
You're thinking the wrong person.
And I see Jakob Potgieter after that announcement by Gary about what David's going to do, donating, says, what a legend, David, good deed, indeed, respect.
Yep. Sorry story, and I don't want to dwell on it, but yeah. Top man, David.
The last flight down. Gotta wait a week. Huh? Are you gonna take a show?
My mate Edgar's got a nice story.
Okay, Anthony Van Eden under the gun here. So he'll be hitting the blind soon. I don't think he's going to put all his money in with those 4 from there.
Got my pirate. Not bad, man.
Rates for 95,000.
So Keenan with pocket 9s raises up to 95k. Blinds on 20, 40 in the big blind ante. And that'll be that. Ganesh leads the way with 60 bigs. Keenan with 59, 2.4 million, both of them. And Tony and Anthony, the 2 Tonys, both in need of some assistance.
Yeah, and sitting directly opposite one another.
A fine sight of men. I'd like to thank the sore throat gods who seem to keep me clean of a sore throat until this very moment. Well, it's starting to come back, but we'll survive the day. Sure. Keenan, I met his sister and his cousin out there. They have indeed spent 2.5 hours on the road, and they've driven up here to support her brother and his homie. So, well done to them. Top people.
Depends about the ace.
Mix up with the deal.
No, mixed up the cards. No. 2 cards came up with
You weren't sure what's...
Hold on, just check. I don't want it to be reshuffled. I want it to be checked.
Yeah, because obviously he's got a good card.
I have got a good card. I want to be checked.
We don't know which one it is.
No, but then it's
2 cards came out.
Okay, let's think what it is.
Missed your court.
I don't know what card I have. That's all I need.
Yeah, but just for you.
Principal reshuffle. There's one objection and you must reshuffle.
Objection to reshuffle.
I
I had an ace of diamonds.
So they were saying that one objection and they have to be reshuffled. That's absolute nonsense, by the way. It doesn't matter who objects. It's up to the tournament director to make a decision. If he thinks there's been a misdeal and the dealer supports that, then they'll redeal the cards. It's not a democracy and they're not voting on whether or not we'll redeal.
Yeah, and Gaz, you've always said, common sense normally prevails in the TDs.
The players know if somebody's been missed in the deal, and the dealer will know as well. So yeah, and to announce that you want to keep the cards because you've got nice ones, you're definitely going to get objections. Trust me. Oh dear, you gotta love it, haven't you? Poker players, we're a different breed, eh? Did I hear it on all in there?
I heard all in. I think it is Tony that has moved all in.
So Tony is Tony in the blinds here? He is, I think.
Yeah. It was raised by Edgar and all in by Tony.
So raised 100. And Tony's got pocket jacks. So Edgar raised it with what, ace-6. So he's got the 1 over there. Edgar knows that he's got to call him off here. And Tony looking to dodge an ace, basically. Well, an ace at the beginning. The spades are still live for Edgar as well. So far, so good. Diamonds could come into play. And the double up is in.
Yeah. And Anthony gets a welcome double up. Smile on his face.
I think he was also a cat in a former life. He's had about 7 lives today.
Yeah. There he's well in front, but the other one really came on the river with a straight.
Well done. Well done. Got to keep the underdogs in. Sanette says she's getting all excited. She's ready to play her second tourney and more. We chatted a little bit about Sanette before. I'm pretty sure we said she's Sabaya, I think, KZN. I seem to remember her.
Yeah, awesome. So she's looking forward to you guys coming down there. It was either Sabaya or PE, I'm not sure, I can't remember.
I don't drink very much, so you're good. I'll see you in the bar. I mean, serious. If you see me drinking, you'll have found me on a bad day.
Well, it was Boardwalk where Bozo has his claim to fame with you.
I did drink copious amounts of alcohol with him. It was only red wine and good stuff, because it is Bozo. He likes the good stuff. And I did have a little bit of a weak legs when I stood up, but not incapacitated.
And someone called Liquid Ice is their name. They said, well, I would have won it, but I couldn't make it. Yeah.
Oh, well done, Liquid Ice.
Try next time.
Sorry for you.
Got to be in it to win
The
it.
money from Tony Zhang just went in the middle, I think.
Yeah, so the one Tony's just doubled up with an all-in. The other Tony's now all-in.
And the red lights descend upon the stage.
And Edgar is the common denominator. He's not going to call with the 9th there.
Interesting.
That's interesting.
Probably because he's just had one big bang. He doesn't want to take the risk of shedding chips again against us with the short stacks.
Keenan's out the way. And Tony will get that through.
Tony Zhang in the house. 100k pickup up to 380,000.
Sanette said she challenged Bozo. She didn't know who he was at that time.
Yeah, he can't play very well, so it's fine. Don't worry. Easy pickings, Sanette. Easy pickings. Trust me, Sanette, if you'd have challenged Bozo, he would have been the absolute gentleman. And had a bit of fun with you as well. Because David is many things, but a gentleman he is definitely. We'll put it this way, I've trusted him alone with my wife, so that'll say a lot. I think we should have sound effects for call and raise, and then when they leave the screen they should swish off like in a PowerPoint presentation. It would probably annoy people to high heaven, but answers on a postcard. Tony looks to the heavens for divine intervention. Okay, Mr. Rosenthal, 8-3 in the big blind. Probably just, I was going to say, throw this in the rubbish.
Double. 8-3. 8-3.
And Keenan stole it with 8-5.
He had Bozo dominated. 8-3 versus 8-5. Dominated.
Life changing.
This thing away from us is making me fucking nervous.
So action on Edgar now. Pocket jacks for him this time.
So where must I put it? Yeah, put it in front of you. Yeah. Raise to 100,000.
No customers. No customers.
A nice chat with Mr. Entezana and Doc outside, and I was challenged to a chess match by Mr. Entezana.
You were?
Yeah. We were talking chess. We were both junior chess champions back in the day, so he has issued a chess challenge.
And what's happening? Are we having a chess challenge?
Oh, him and I are going to play a game, yeah.
Where, when, how?
Soon, he says probably when I come down to PE.
Raise to 90,000. 90,000.
The re-raise comes from Keenan with the sevens after the initial raise by Nund. Tony out the way, and then Nund gives that up quickly.
So no real action since the most recent break. Whereas prior to that, there was action all the way.
I think there's always, after the break, a little lull. Players settle back in, get the mind's focused again.
Well, my over on 3 o'clock was an easy win.
Yeah, I had a little side thing with Neville, and he gave a time, and I said 7-ish. And he said never get to there. Neville's time is fast running out for what he said.
He said 4 o'clock.
Yep.
Yeah, sounds like a Neville guess to me.
We've just done this a few times, Gaz. We know how the final table goes.
Yeah, this could have finished at 11 this morning, or we could have finished at 11 tonight. Been there, done it. Too many times.
Walk for Mr. Kumar. A rare sight on a final table indeed.
Yep, made enough to get walks, that's for sure.
Ganesh telling pay it forward. Gets the little fist bump from Anand. Motor under the gun. That'll be a fold, round to Tony. Yeah, we're going to have some action.
Let's hope so.
100k in the pot, he's got 540. Yeah, all in. See all 5 cards with those. It's folded round past Bozo already. Let's have a look where the folds are up to Tony Zhang. He's out the way.
He's going to get no customers.
Oh, there's a customer, but it's
there we go.
an even fight.
What's the chances of Anna not calling this?
Oh, it's half his stack. He's got to decide. If he puts Tony on a pair, does he want to race for it? If he puts him on ace queen, ace jack hand, then he's calling.
In the tank.
And he makes the call. Strangely enough, Anant is 2% ahead because he has 2 suits available, whereas Tony only has 1.
Yep. The diamonds. It's got to be running diamonds. Oh dear. Never mind.
Chop it up.
Everybody likes to chop pots. So it's actually a fair split. They get 40 each. Well done. He said, why did you take so long? Because I was thinking.
I said, if you had a pair, then I'm racing. I didn't want to do that, maybe, for so much. Multiple views of that bracelet throughout the week.
Who's the chip leader at the moment, they say?
Same as it's been for most of the day.
Ganesh has got the most chips. 2 million plus.
Keenan as well, 2.5 million plus.
Yeah, just above. Ganesh and Keenan are literally neck and neck. Give or take a couple of small chips, I think. Talking of Keenan, there he is in picture. Left of him is Anthony Van Eden. Tony to his friends. Needs to act first. They're in the muck.
Keenan 2.6 million. Boza puts in the raise.
100 and something. What is it?
90,900. A big difference. 90k is the raise. Round to none to the pair of 5s. Makes the call. Already re-raised. They made the call. Round to Doc now.
Maybe a bit of pressure from the Doc.
Now he's on 2.3, but if he puts pressure on this, he'll be level pegging with Keenan on chips again. So I think he's going to take this away pre-flop. Yeah. Moved all in, I think he said. all in. And he takes the hand down, gets plus 260k, and on 2.6 million, the same as Keenan.
No, that's the reason why I don't want it.
Running into them, I suppose.
Look at my box back.
We're carrying on boxing. No?
Stop. Stop. Yeah, brother.
Hmm?
Become this vocal.
Keenan under the gun. Folded round to Tony Zhang. So the action now on Kinesh.
Raise it.
95,000.
Motor out the way.
Tony trying to make a decision now. Don't think we're going to see his cards now.
Yeah, put them on top of one another. Doc will take in another pot.
Another 100,000.
There it is. With that 100,000, he moves to the top. 7 bigs for Tony Zhang. And Tony Van Eden just above that.
Okay, and 118 for the day. Dave Rosenthal in picture will be your under the gun player. 9-8 back to the dealer into the muck. Tony Jack 7 suited. He's not going to play these. Folds around quickly to Edgar and Anand. And Kinesh will be the next person with King 4 into the muck. Muto is out of the way.
Tony gives a walk. It's folded round to Kinesh. King 9 suited in the hijack. It's looking to raise from there, I'm sure. Puts in the raise.
85,000.
Very giving some instruction in the box there. Ganesh is raised from the hijack, going around to Bozo in the big blind, pocket sixes. And he moves all in. Bozo moving all in with the sixes. The action is on dock, and while he's there, he said I must give a shout out to his homeboys, the Poker Pundits. That's their little group. So the Poker Pundits watching out there. Ganesh says I must tell you, shout out to all of you. That was while I was chatting with him in the break. So if you're out there, Poker Pundits, type us a little message in on the side. Let Ganesh know you got his message.
I never know how to answer that. You tell me your cards and I'll give you the answer. Tell me your cards and I'll give you the answer.
King Queen.
King Queen.
Sure, but I was gonna put you in.
I have to show you?
Please.
No, no, no. See you later.
I was gonna jam him.
I was calling you.
No, no.
I was calling you.
Shouldn't even called his bid. I should have.
Is it?
Yeah.
But yeah, but it's not.
Play 7 clubs. I should have been calling that. I just had a feeling you were just gonna jam them.
Hey, 7 clubs.
Yeah.
King Queen down.
So Bozo giving the deception. He says, I would have called a jam.
I wouldn't mind.
Actually getting seven.
No, I don't think so with sixes, but he put it in first and then took down the hand. Max pressure by David.
Maybe it was 7.
Barry Stemmet's he's picked Keenan and Bozo as his winners.
But maybe it's higher than that as well. We were flipping. Keeney's, I think, at 3 hours. I can't really remember, but I think he had 3 hours.
So Edgar with the ace queen under the gun.
Very nice. Very nice indeed.
Nice hand.
Sending the message. Ganesh gets out of the way, as does Motor. Motor's due asleep, I think.
Some people are like that. I guess you have to always go for yes.
Don't think you're going to get a customer here, Edgar. I think that big old puff of the chest from under the gun is going to just get through.
And very nice hand though, ace queen suited. Still 8-handed.
And he'll say, thank you very much, that'll pay my entry fee into the next blinds.
I won't point fingers.
Paying it with other people's money.
It's always bonus. Always a bonus.
When he doesn't want you to call him, brother. Brother, no. He didn't want brother. You shoved him. Uncle Daniel. Struggling, boy.
So Nant under the gun, ace 9. Let's see if that's from too early for him for that. He's putting in a raise. Quickly folded round to Bozo. button. He's not going anywhere with that, I don't think. Tony in the small blind. Folds and round to Edgar. King 10 suited.
The last one I lost, okay, is 400,000.
He gives it up without a defense.
King anything else? What king? Superstitious.
He says, I'm giving it up, I'm superstitious about that hand, I don't like it. Poker players and their idiosyncrasies.
Just so like.
The other card was not hard.
Bites his glasses in his teeth. Folds certain hands because he thinks they're unlucky. Edgar has a few.
Nothing wrong.
Whatever makes you feel comfortable and on top of your game and works for you, you use it.
Whatever you can, guys can guess from my range. Take it.
On to Doc under the gun. Folds. Quick folds round to Keenan. And he raises it. Bozo folds. So round to Nunt, he makes the defense. So we go two-way to the flop between Keenan and Anant. King Jack for
top two for Anant.
For Anant. Second pair for Keenan. So Keenan with a Queen Jack and a Betty's Jack. And Anant moves all in. And Keenan folds.
More than a hand.
And there is the support group for Keenan. David Katz, Lauren Pia, that is on the left, that is
Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel Katz, that is his sister, is it not?
On the left, yeah.
On the left, that is Shay, Shay Pina, and his cousin on the right, with Ahmed there as well. Pocket deuce is folded by Moto under the gun. Tony folds back to Keenan. Folds onto Bozo. King 5. So with the pocket 10s here, he's only got 180k. Looks a little more than 180k. He's going all in. That's 200 and something by the looks of things.
That's what he said.
Edgar folds sixes, Anand king 8 folds, Ganesh with pocket jacks.
Here we go.
Yes, it's going to be action. He's going to be calling with that.
He'll be looking him up for sure.
Calls. 10s versus jacks. Not quite a fair fight.
Dominated. 22% dog, 2 outs for Tony. He's got one of the suits covered as well.
Oh, and in the
he
window.
finds it, full boat. Tony, Houdini, Van Eerden.
Well, this is Tony Zhang.
Oh, sorry. Tony, Houdini, Zhang, sorry.
Gets a full double up. Unlucky for Ganesh there.
Standard call.
Standard. And he was in the big blind as well. Already had money committed. Nothing he can do. All the supporters flocked forward to see the all-in.
So David Rosenthal done the 13 bigs. Tony Zhang up to 15 now. And Tony Van Eerden still our player on the shorty.
Yeah, I think Bowser's got a few more chips that hand that got mixed up with Keenan. That Bowser still runs 700,000. So we'll see when it comes around there. And you are being asked, Gary, what was that fashion brand you mentioned yesterday that is owned by Gucci?
Oh my word. I'll come back to it in a minute. I've forgotten that. See, I do a Control-Alt-Delete every night because I haven't got many brain cells left.
Giovanni Gaggia from down there by the Cape. Good luck, Anant and Bozo. Giovanni Gaggia, he's from up here. That's the Giovanni from down the south. This is the one from up here.
I said I think it belonged to Gucci, if you remember. And the name of the brand was Bottega Veneta. B-O-T-T-E-G-A V-E-N-E-T-A. So I had to drag that one out of the memory bank. And it was Fareed was wearing the t-shirt.
There we go. Jeepers, guys. You refired those brain cells.
There's life in the old brain yet.
So we go to the flop. It was erased by Anant with the pocket twos, defended by Moto in the big blind. Moto has hit top pair. Well, second pair. It's gone checked by Moto, bet by Anant, called. 5 doesn't help Anant. He's only got 1-2 as an out. Moto checks again. Anant checks behind. The river is a brick. Option on Moto. Checks.
Well, he's given Anand the opportunity to bluff at it. And trust me, Anand's got plenty of bluffs in his armory. He's going to check it back, I think.
Nice little pickup by Moto there.
new hand here. Hand 125 of the day, 100k in the pots, 20-40, 40 on the big blind. Antique, Keenan in picture first act. Pocket aces under the gun, this will work for you. And these players will all know that if Keenan's raising in front of the gun, he's definitely got something. Ace Jack for Bozo could get him in trouble here. Nope, that big bet from under the gun has put him off with that Ace Jack. Ganesh folds his Ace 6.
No customers. And the aces will just take down the blinds and antes. Always a bit of an anticlimax when you find aces and you don't get any action. And Sinette's come back. Here's how Grebo's as a gentleman. She says, it is boardwalk, but I will try and win her seat at Sabaya.
There you go.
Nothing for Bozo under the gun. Tony Zhang jacks now.
He's upgraded from his 10s.
10s were lucky for him.
So his all in is 620,000, so a big chunk of cheddar. Sixes for Ganesh, they're going to muck. Yep, too strong a move.
And Liquid Ice comes back at us when we said unlucky for you, it's got to be in it to win it. So he did buy in, but he got COVID and didn't want to infect the whole of MJPT.
Well, we hope that you are okay now, sir.
So fresh from his jacks. Queen 6 under the gun, Tony. Gonna fold those.
Ganesh with the Ace King in the hijack.
$110,000. Round to Bozo in the big blind. That was a quick fold.
The next one was an ace of paid up. I was shocked. I said the first card I looked at was quite good. Like a paired up, or the other one was an ace. Other one also. It didn't seem to look which one it was. Nice and had a better chance against Keenan.
Edgar under the gun. Second time he's at ace queen under the gun. Last time was suited in clubs. That's a two-handed grab. Quick folds round. Goes out the way. And nothing for Tony Zhang.
Get the hand against him. You get a hand against English. Or he raises on your position, right?
So the two Tonys, short stacks, hanging in valiantly. Slice of luck for Tony Zhang with the tens. That's what you need in a tournament. Oh, and look what Ice says. His name is Faraz, by the way. There we go. You will know him, Gaz.
Faraz. Where did it say that?
Quick folds round, Tony. Out the way. Keenan folds. Goes on the button with an ace.
All Insky. Tony was 7-4. Doesn't he be calling all in from the small blind?
No opposition there. Or there.
Echo with King 9. Nope. Give him both of the stare.
The first time Keenan's given me a spot in about 17 rotations.
11 minutes left on this level. And then blinds will be going up to 25.50.
And a queen with it, what do you call it? I had a
Folded very quickly round. Two bozo again in the cutoff.
He'll be folding this, I'm sure.
So only the blinds left. Edgar limps in, action on an unt. He's going to raise his queen jack.
And Edgar had his big blind sneaked away from him. Now he's getting his small blind taken away from him.
Yeah, and it completed, so he's put even more in. So in a semi-lull at the moment, we had some excitement with the 10s v Jacks.
The reason is people are just, there's no tanking, they're just folding, and we're watching dealers deal and shuffle all the time. So well, it's good that the players are acting quickly. We'll get through the hands. It's just unfortunate that we haven't got a nice machine that shuffles all our cards for us. That would be helpful.
What's happening with you, my friend?
Second missed deal.
Big rush. Don't listen to the big stress. Rush.
Take your time, yeah.
Quick folds around. Nothing for Boza. Around to Tony. He's not playing that. Edgar's out the way. So action on Anand. He raises it up from the small blind. Ace 8 suited and Kanesh folds. And Anand will take that. So there it is. Keenan's still on top, 64 bigs. Kanesh 57 bigs. Down to Tony Van Eden at the bottom there with 9 bigs. And there's the prize money. The 18th place got 18,160 all the way through to 20th. From there they jumped up. And it will escalate in every single position from here in. So raised by Edgar from the cutoff, and Lunt out the way with ace 6 suited. Kanesh in the small blind with queen 10. He folds round to Moto, and he's out the way with the king 9. New cards in play. Shuffled up. Just to help the dealer out. Some of them are a little sticking together. Players eat on the side, etc., etc. Cards get touched. Make some of them a little sticky.
Those Zans type up and down that. Give me a cappuccino.
So Keenan under the gun.
My dear friend dealer. Yeah, when you're picking it, that is the time you're.
It's folded. Bozo king 7 off.
I don't know which card went there.
Folds, Tony Zhang. 3 deuce. Fold. Quick folds, round to Doc Pather. Jack 4 on the button. Gets rid of that. Moto. 9-7 suited. He's putting big pressure on Tony. Basically put Tony all into call. Tony folded.
More than 200.
Unsurprisingly.
The Moto bullying or the Tony fold or both?
Both. Both. How many players we got left? It's 8
8, so Cecil went out in 9th.
with 50k. So the next person out will get 60,000 rands.
And then it escalates upwards.
It can escalate downwards, you know that.
Yes, we had this whole learning moment. We are not just a poker channel. Gary informs and educates.
Well, I don't know about educates. I'll make a lousy teacher. I'll just batter them all.
Tony Zhang with pocket aces now. He's been jamming everything in. So now he's got a decision. Because the moment he raises and not jams, people are going to want to know. So he moves all in, which is the right thing to do. And hope he gets a customer. Because if he changes it, people will pick up. Nobody with anything to call yet. Oh well. Tony versus Tony.
Sixes versus aces.
Yeah.
Stand by for a 6 for Tony Van Eden. You heard it here first.
Gary putting it out there that Tony has too many lives. Van Eden, that is.
Oh, there's a set of aces. A diamond for a sweat. That's it.
That's all she wrote.
Unlucky.
Because I say diamond. I want to say
And Tony Van Eden will be eliminated. And he will get the shaking of hands, etc., etc., etc.
Well played, Tony.
I just wanted the excitement. I wanted the excitement.
60 grand. Good work, Jana. We're getting near the end of the level, so we will be having the blinds up shortly.
Here is the buzzer. 1 minute warning.
We did lose our sound. There it is. The microphone is back.
So Tony under the gun.
Oh, you're not starting off very well. At this point, you're looking off the tire.
I never set up. You're gonna get
Moto in the cutoff. Raised it to 75 or 95, so 75 to call for Keenan in the small. Makes the call. Round to Bozo in the big blind. Folds now, so two-way to the flop.
You do your own dirty work. He sees the boss here is where he works.
Nothing for the king 8 there. He leads into it. And now pocket deuces.
First him. 105,000.
And Keenan takes that away by donk leading into that flop.
Yeah, you'll never see it again. You'll find it on
It's a good play there.
Mama Lady, gone.
We are here with Tony van Eden. Tony, congratulations on your 8th place finish in the main event. Tell us a little bit about the experience.
It's always enjoyable coming with the MJPT. I wanted to thank him for another super tournament. And you just have a blast. It's lovely.
Fantastic. Now, I know you're more of a social player. You come for the social aspect. You enjoy the game. But this is a really, really good finish for you. It's probably one of your top finishes.
Yeah. I think like in about past 6 years, first top finish.
Well, congratulations. It was a fantastic performance by you and a really tough field. So good job. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you at Sabaya soon.
For sure. Okay.
Travel safely. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks to everybody.
Right, so nicely to hear from Tony there, and he enjoys the social side of the game, and he always is good for a bit of fun on the table. And nice to see him cashing.
Good for him. Nice chap. AC Tony, as he's saved in my phone, because he runs an air conditioning business.
So Nanta's raised. Fold it all the way around, and he'll take that down.
I almost call you fucking hero. Nothing's wrong guy.
Not easy.
No, it's easy. What's the worst that can happen? You get knocked out.
Everything's there. You don't even have to compare.
So what? What enough?
7 players left.
It's a call.
So Keen in the cutoff. I think he's folded. It's round to Bozo on the button. Bozo folds. Tony Zhang, small blind. Folds. Edgar Antizano with pocket queens. Raises it.
That's Hassan, yeah? Hassan.
Shows the queens.
How did you do that? I've never seen someone accidentally lose flip. Like completely by accident. He raised to 15,000 when landed 25k, 50k. He raised to 15,000.
Those are on 8 bigs, eh? Sure. Does it sort itself out?
Sickest human ever.
So action on Kanesh.
Sevens for Keenan. So Anna calls with the 9-8 suited. 2 diamonds on the flop, sevens on is the overpair. That's cool. Keeping both these players interested.
So decision here for Nunt in the big blind. Comes out with a flush draw. Keenan bets again. And Nunt on the flush draw. So Nunt working out how much he's got left behind. Just left the call aside there.
Yep, makes the call.
He doesn't get there.
So he's going to have to bluff it. The only way he wins this hand is to bluff it. So there's 975,000 in the bank. How much do I need to put in to bluff this guy off it, is what he's thinking.
$300K.
Definitely asking the question. I mean, the flush gets there. He misses his flush, but the other flush gets there. So it is a good bluff card. Let's see if Keenan can work this out. So I think that middle yellow stack is actually 300. Are they tens?
Those are tens, yeah.
Be a very good call if you can muster up the energy. A very good call. He's very close to calling this, huh?
He wants to call it. Asked for the pot to be spread. So he's just looking at how much do I have to call into what pot. It's easy for us with the graphics.
He's right. He said this is a sick bluff.
And he knew it. He was saying this is the sickest bluff. Taps the table sportingly. He was close to calling, guys.
Yep. So the Monte Carlo Grand Prix in Monaco started, and it's heaving it down with rain.
Okay, so that's not going to make it easy.
They've already had a couple of cars off, but all the runners are still going. They're all back on the track, and they're all on the not on the intermediates, but on the wets. So we shall see.
So Pratibha Kumar is coming in and saying support for Anand.
45 minutes to go on this level, and we still have a lot of players left, huh?
7 players still left.
Next player will receive 80,000 South African rands.
And Faraz says, got it, thanks Gary for that fashion thing.
Oh listen, I'm just full of it. Fashion tips, you name it.
Fashion, education.
The fashion guru.
Sport.
I've been called many things, but not a fashion guru. That's for sure. Jeepers.
You sounded educated and well. Oh, that's owned by Gucci.
Yeah. Don't ask me, I know this stuff. I just read a lot. Okay. Mr. Rosenthal.
So Bozo's raised with the ace-4 to 100.
Bang, in it
And
goes.
bang, in it. 100% in it goes. And unfolds.
Unfortunately, Bozo can't call this. He just can't. David not one to waste time. Back to the muck. And Tony Zhang will benefit 225,000 chipperoonies.
Tony's strategy has been very clear. It's been all in or fold. And he's picked all the big ones. He's folded 3s, 6s, 7s, and he's gone in with 10s, jacks twice, ace king suited.
I don't know where the guy's gone. I don't know if maybe that's it.
For us, also thanks you for the live feed. Kept him entertained, and he's thanking you for wishing him well from his COVID while in bed, medicated. Seems like it was a successful, well-run event once again. Well done.
I think he doesn't sleep in the night more.
We're just one small cog in a big wheel. Takes a lot of people and a lot of time to put on these events. And the Sunbet Poker Tour, brackets the Monster Jam Poker Tour, brackets Regal events, put a lot of time and effort into this, as do all the subcontractors, for want of a better way of putting it. We all come together, lots of planning, and invariably there's a reconnaissance visit once or twice to the venue, measuring up and deciding where the decor's going, etc. And the detail is quite frightening, even down to the position of the cameras and where the cables will run. So yeah, there's a lot of work goes into it. So yeah. The nice thing is about the Sabaya one is it's a venue we're going back to that we know, which will help tremendously in terms of our reconnaissance. But you know, even the ones we know change.
Yeah.
Apparently they've rebuilt the boardwalk at PE, so I wonder where to get my spare ice cream from. I'll have to do more reconnaissance.
Meanwhile, Ganesh one took that down from the small blind into the big blind.
Yep. Charles Leclerc leads the Monaco Grand Prix. Can he be the first ever Monacan to win the Monte Carlo Grand Prix?
Yeah, guys, I mean, if I look around here, there's 9 of us here in the back room. Everybody's got a job. Keenan couldn't believe there's so many people taken to run the back office. Never mind, we've got how many cameramen out there?
9 people. Actually, with you and I, there's probably 12 and a half.
Yeah, we're counting, not weighing, Gaz.
Yeah, but there's a few lightweights in there as well. I think we could cover all the boxing weights, put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the flyweights, we got the skinny weights, we have to wait, and the heavyweights.
And super heavyweights.
Oh dear. Rose Boson is all in. And you'll get that back. You'll clean up some of the blinds, the money he lost just now. Have your bloody triangle back, he says. I don't want it. And 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600. He's got about 600 behind, and as we know, there's 100 in the middle for the big blind and that end.
Then his hand is 150. And then
I think it's 200 in his hand. I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter as long as we're close. I must just say the pace of these racing cars on wet roads is just phenomenal. I mean, I wouldn't have the guts to drive that fast in a car. They've just got to be so courageous, these guys, and the highest level of confidence in their equipment, engineers, and the science as well these days. Anyway, back to the poker. Seems like everybody's having a little stretch there. We got a new hand going off now, which will be number 142, 2550, 50,000 on the big blind ante. Round to Anand in the hijack. Ganesh picks up aces. So
oh, and there's going to be action.
ready. Lock and load. Tighten your seatbelts. One of these guys is going home or losing a lot of chips here.
Comes the raise by Kanesh with pocket aces.
What's the raise size? 110,000.
And yes, pocket queens.
All in, all in, all in. No, he can't put it all in, not 1.2 million.
He's got too much. He's going to 3-bet though. There comes the 3-bet.
Did he just flat call with queens there? Holy
No, I
guacamole.
don't think he raised. He 3-bet.
I was going to say, there's no way Moto can just do that. Ah, he did 3-bet.
And there's a queen folded and an ace folded amongst the players so far.
So we got to go back round to Kanesh.
Kanesh not acting immediately, wants to try and suck him in.
Yeah, of course. It's a mistake a lot of recreational amateur players make. All in straight away. Just take a little bit of time. Create some air of doubt. Yes, there is a queen folded and an ace folded. Kanesh taking a lot of time. Moto's more interested in what's going on outside. Classic.
Moto's watching Kanesh in the screen. He's clever, so he's not turning towards Kanesh.
I think he's just 4-bet him there. That'll get him out of his seat. The 4-bet is to 830, it's a 5-bet shove or a fold. But Moto is capable of all of those. I mean, you could flat call here, but if you're going to play for all of it.
Moto eyes are open now. It doesn't need espresso. Yeah.
500,000 more, Moto. This will be one of the biggest calls of the tournament, so he's taking his time. You see the picture of the young lady there. You can tell it's Keenan's sister. They're definitely very alike.
They do look alike.
Yeah. That's a nice shot by our camera guys. Both players in picture. Now looking at the ICM considerations. The answer to your question, Moto, is 80,000 rand. Told you he'd fold.
Wow.
What a fold. What a fold.
Guys, I just want to make a point. You play 3 hands at 17. There was a slow hand. We've been playing slow.
We're dealing with money here, Moses.
Yeah, but
Me, I think I'm
I
kind
think
of
it's
quick.
the motto was slow.
I think I'm kind of quick.
not saying it's your fault. I'm not saying his fault or his fault.
And
But
I
collectively.
So chatter at the table would suggest that the players think they're playing too slow.
Yeah, Boza trying to speed things up.
Boza wants to speed it up. He said you're playing too slow. And you will very rarely hear David Rosenthal complain at the table about the speed of play, trust me. Or complain about anything unless it's actually a rule violation. So perhaps my perception wasn't wrong. Everybody knows speculating what Moto had. You'll all find out in 30 minutes. Unfortunately, there's not enough money you can pay us for us to be bribed.
I know how you play. You want to bet? No, you want to bet?
No, I want you to fold. I want you to fold.
We'll see.
I don't want you to fold. I had ace king.
Call it.
Boza moves all in.
I'd say that's what they call speeding up the game. The red lights to spin around. What a great touch that is. I like that. It's grown on me. The rain is clearing in Monaco. The intermediates are going on. So Keenan deciding whether or not he wants to play this hand. I think 600 to 1,000 against Bozo. I think his range is too tight. I think he has to fold. He doesn't have strong enough holdings.
It's the third time that Boza shoved on him. That's what it is.
Well, he's trying to solicit information for David, which will be pretty poor. He won't give much away. And if he does, it'll be deliberate.
At worst race.
He doesn't have a strong enough hand to call here, I don't think.
Not for that amount of chips, I don't think.
As much as he wants to, and much as it's annoying that he's getting shoved on. Keenan's about winning 1.25 million here. He's not about knocking old Bozo off his perch, that's for sure. David also knows knows his man.
How's Bozo? You've got Jack Queen. It's really stunning. Eh?
What a ledge. I actually hope Bozo wins it, and for all the reasons you know. If he's donated money to the course, then I'm happy for him to win. I don't mean anything against the other players, but I'd be happy if he won it. Yep, of course he's folding. Well played, Keenan. Sometimes it's the ones you fold that win the tournaments, not the ones you win. Well played indeed.
That's wasting time. Why you think so much? I don't understand. This wasting time.
Moto giving them carrots for being too slow now. Beautiful. Oh dear, you're telling me you only have 8 big blinds. Why are you talking? Why are you so slow?
Uncle Moto, calm down.
Yeah,
We're gonna call security on you.
You started complaining about the back. Now you
Let them talk, Mark. Let them talk. Let the guys hear.
Moto, I want to show you that. Is Abby here, the waiter? Do you know Abby, the waiter? Trafang Abby. Yeah. Please call in. Sanjit. Me or Keenan, boy, be honest. Me or Keenan, be honest. Okay. Okay. Can you get something from both of us then? Probably will. Playing the best.
120,000.
He's playing the best. That's for sure.
It was raised by Kanesh, 3-bet by Keenan.
If they just advise me, I must say what I want the person to do. And then I'll
So
just
28
say-
minutes left to go on the level.
Boy, honestly, honestly, like my hand's pretty much the same.
Nah, of course.
Your hand's the
I know
same.
it's
Isn't that
like
cool?
60, 40.
You gotta call your hands.
Yeah. Moto doesn't think so, but.
Of course,
You already know you're pulled.
Huh?
It's not a shot in hand, it's just difficult to pull. It's a tough spot.
And that's what, because of that, that's the problem.
The discussion continues, and Moto says, "You knew you were folding. You're just wasting time." But of course, you had to see the other side of that conversation where Moto said you were
Yeah,
wasting time.
100%.
That's why he's getting it.
Moto gives back, boy. He doesn't give quiet.
Oh, he's not shy, that's for sure. For a smallish guy, he'll stand up and be counted for sure.
Comes out of his box. And then goes back into bat mode and sleeps.
Yep.
The other doctor can do a good work. Here's Abby. Abby. The big guy here is giving us problems. Huh?
The big guy, he points to Moto.
I earned my name Bozo the hard way. I took a lot of shit. Anand. Anand, why man? Come. Right, okay. Can we hammer you? We hammer you. Get back in this tournament quickly.
So it's been raised by Bozo, called by
Beware of
none.
Bozo when he's jovial.
Yeah. And
He's
Nut
just,
gets the best of that flop though.
Just luring you in.
What we saw.
Up and down for Bozo now.
Plus 150.
But David needs to decide whether or not he wants to call this raise from Anand. Raise the 100 crate pre. Call from Anand. Flop. Check, check. Turn, check, bet. Raise. And will be very conscious of the size of David's stack, and he will be picking sizes of bets to put that stack under pressure. And he's going to fold, which was the design size of Anand's bet. Well played. So 22 laps in, Perez is in the lead, but he is yet to pit, and that'll put the Ferrari back at the front when he does pit. So Leclerc not winning the race at the moment, but Perez for Red Bull will need to pit as the track starts to dry out. Latest update. Back to the action. Hand number 146, 125k, dead money in the middle. Moto Yuhara, 9-3. No thank you, sir. We'll just give those back. David Rosenthal might be putting his stack in here. There we go. In it goes. The folds are extremely quick. I hope Moto tanks for a while. That's really folded.
Yeah, you can. You can. What's the first one? Why can't you fucking find it?
It's okay to sneeze. Everybody's allergic to Sean.
Probably spiked the eggs, yeah. It's okay.
It talks. I had to take antihistamines intravenously this morning just to prevent it. No, I've been for a second jab.
So Edgar now has slipped down there, 13 bigs.
Tony Zhang laddering up nicely into the middle of the pack.
Yeah, he's, like I said, been very careful. Edgar's just had not much to play with. And there's been a lot of action before him always. So he couldn't even create something. But be patient.
So they'll head back to the dealer from Keenan, I'm sure.
I think if you keep on injecting, it might be you.
David probably not going to play those. Round to Tony Zhang, who's been pretty snug all day. And then the same. Ganesh is having a little niggle at our friend Moto, asking how much he's got. Ganesh being in the small blind here, and obviously Moto being in the big blind, hence the conversation. You want to play with me?
So 21 minutes left on the level, 7 players left. There are the prize monies that escalate there.
It's 4:45 in the evening. That's what it is. And I think we need to strap ourselves in for a long night. This could be after the witching hour, unless we get a couple of serious coolers. But we don't mind entertaining poker. As long as Moto keeps his sense of humor and David keeps bashing him, we'll be fine. And I'll tell you what, spare a thought for the dealers, because there's a lot of quick folding here, and they have to go through the same routine, irrespective if it's 1, 2, 3, or 10 players.
So Ganesh on the button.
I love the way Noto just hoys it in.
See it all in. So there's a move here by Moto. It's come along with all the banter.
Oh, he's all in there. One thing people will learn about Moto is you can needle him as much as you want, but he will come back at you with a hard line with his cards. Now we can see that Ganesh has him dominated.
But it's a huge call.
But it's not easy when you're sat there and you're having to call 800 plus out of a stack that is 2.4 million. So that's what, 33%, 816.20. Yeah, it's 2.4 million. So 800 is a third of his stack, almost exactly. He's so nonchalant. It's Verto. You gotta love him, man. He's such a character. Look at him pushing his hair back and just. I remember when he was learning English, you should get his words mixed up. It was so funny, but he used to laugh with us. He's such a good character.
I'll catch you later. Catch you later. Catch you later. Hey, catch you later.
Show him the 2, rub it in, or show him the whatever it was. The 8.
Okay, that one might be a bit more of a fault.
Yeah. Catch you later. Catch you later, bro. Catch you later. Someone will catch me.
You're not talking about on the approach.
Get him confiscated. Getting detained. Locked up in the cells.
Just make sure he misses the next 2 bar and keep him
Not really, 900.
Tony, who just sits quietly in the corner, stays out of all the chit-chat, waits for his hands, gets it in good.
Yes, I mean, I briefly spoke with him. His English isn't bad. So it's not that he can't speak the lingo.
Apparently resides in Botswana.
Another one of those lot.
So Nant is raised. Keenan in the small blind. He's going to see a flop by the looks of things. He's got the calling chips there. Loza gets out the way. Queen for Keenan, but the ace there.
Keenan in the small blind, first to act. I think I went check, check, did it?
He did go check, check. King-Queen is good. Keenan will take down another pot.
Well done, young fella. Looks like Mick Schumacher just spun out of the Monaco Grand Prix. Oh, it's not surprising at those speed with wet roads. It's Magnussen, it's not Schumacher, yeah. And the safety car is out. Time for a tyre change. Okay. And 150. 25, 50, 50 on the big blind ante. Edgar been quiet lately, and with 7-2 he'll remain quiet, I think. Yeah, that's that was Edgar. That's home we had a new dealer. There you go.
Yeah.
On cue.
He hasn't had any big hands that he's been involved in. He's had ace queen a few times raised, got it through, just got the blinds and antes, and the rest he's just been blinded down.
You can't play unless you got the. Well, you can. You're just going to get caught occasionally.
Oh, sorry.
Ganesh will get that one through with the ace-9 raise.
10-5, huh? 10-5.
Called you 10-5, was it?
Call the race 10-5.
You see it in the. I told you I'm also on the straight now.
Amazing these Grand Prix cars just fall to bits.
So Bozo and Ed Gantazana near the bottom, Tony Zhang, and then 49 bigs up at the top.
Impossible.
All of that free flop.
All of that. Yeah.
Not free flow. After the turn. On the turn, I was straight draw, first draw with the turn. What do you want?
10-6. 10-6
You can
10-6
imagine. No, I don't even remember what that was there. I
Let's
just
show me top there.
just remember 10.
So I didn't want that man.
Yeah.
So these players have been at it since 10 o'clock this morning when we started with 18. So it's been a long grind for them. They went through a day 1A, day 1B, day 1C. Some of them played multiple days. Then the long grind yesterday, day 2, till the wee hours of this morning. Back here at 10 o'clock. And that's so the energy levels are getting down a little bit. I'll try and inject a little bit into the commentary. Get myself woken up here as well. And the boys at the back. So all in here by Bozo, and he just gets that through from the button. Pocket 9s. Nice hand, Boz. Shaman, he was quite emotional when he came and spoke to Gary and myself and asked us to announce
The worst thing that can happen.
his intended donation from him and Harold for the cause for his brother that passed away of that rare blood disease. And you know, it's when you get that emotional and then you go and play for that cause, it's hard sometimes. And so a lot of love and respect for Bozo for that. And when he's on the felt, a hard man, but off the felt can be a real softy, Boz. So round to Keenan, 8-6 off. Folds, quickly round to Tony. 10-7 suited on the button. He hasn't got involved with any of these sorts of hands. He's just folded, waited for the big ones, and his stack has stayed more or less the same. Went a little bit down, then he got back up to where he started of over 900. Edgar's the one that's getting very frustrated. He's got half the stack that he brought to the final table. He had over 1 million. And Nant has flourished. He came with 970 odd. He's close to 2 million now. And Ganesh also came with 1.6 million, well over the 2.5 million. And Keenan has maintained more or less where he was, got a little bit up, a little bit down, but nothing drastic. And Moto as well, hovering around where he started. And of course we lost, first of all, Cecil Chapman in 9th place, and then Tony Van Eden in 8th place. So 7 players still left. Next paying spot, 80,000 Rand. And then it goes up from there. Ace Jack of diamonds for Keenan, under the gun +1. Raises to the pot amount, 125. Bozo folds round to Tony. Tony looks like he's got a decision because his immediate look was at his chips. And that is the look. So Bozo folded. We're waiting for Tony. And Tony has moved it all in with Ace King. I said as soon as he looked at his cards, his eyes went to his chips. A sure sign of a big hand.
Oh, sorry.
it's instinctive. Players can't help it. Some of the, as soon as they look at their cards and they love it, bang, the eyes go to the chips, and you know. So Keenan going to ask for the count, but it's a big call with Ace Jack. It's often said Ace Jack is a raising hand, not a calling hand. Big generalization, but and he will fold. It's also Tony's range, because the way he's been very quiet. The hands he's played all in, and have been big hands. So it's player specific as well. When you know, it's when Boza makes a move against your Kanesh or Anand, you'll take your time, think a bit more, think it could be a move. But a player like Tony Zhang, when he does that, you know he's got the goods. It's very player specific. It's you must know your customers of who you're calling against, and Keenan's done that very well.
Raise 230.
So raised by Keenan with a King Jack. Edgar finds kings now, so he finally gets his hand. Edgar moves all in. And Kanesh in the small blind with ace-4 of diamonds. He's going to fold. Moto out the way, back to Keenan. So Keenan has raised several times now and been shoved on, and he's got out of the way of every one of them.
What must I do with this? What must I do with this?
And Edgar gets the jam through, but he had his pocket kings. So Keenan's getting hands to raise, and the guys behind him are waking up with bigger hands and shoving on him. So he's bled a couple of 100,000 chips like that now.
So 6 minutes to go on the level. I think we will have a short break, with to be confirmed. And the Grand Prix in Monaco has been red flagged. Mr. Mick Schumacher went into the barrier and took most of it with him. Now they have to rebuild it in case somebody else decides to do the same. His teammate for the Haas, Magnussen, is also out, and those are the only two retirees. All the rest of the cars are sat in the pits under parc fermé conditions and red flag. That is the update. And Lewis Hamilton is not wearing jewelry in his nose. That's the other update.
So
Okay,
folded.
back to the action.
Moto complete. In that nonchalant way that he tosses the chips in. Keenan checks. First flop we've seen in a while. So nothing for either player there. Hearts for splits now, or a 5 for a win for Keenan, otherwise the 10-9 is ahead. And Keenan tries to put a little steal in here, ripping a heart, and he gets Moto to fold. Keenan will be happier getting a pot in. Like I said, he raised several times and got shoved on by bigger hands behind and had to fold. So the shorter stacks at the bottom have been chipping up a bit, up to 16 bigs, both of them. And over 800,000 chips. So when they shove, it's still a big percentage for one of the other players to call. There is the rail. Daniel Cat standing with Ahmed. Shay Pina in the background. All there supporting young Keenan.
Exactly like they look like.
Folds it all the way around to Kanesh. The cutoff. 10-9 suited. We'll raise it. Keenan folds. So round to Boza in the big blind. 7-8 suited. And he lets it go.
It's quite disciplined, actually. There wasn't that much to call.
He was reluctant, but he did let it go.
Catch up on the clock. You know, it's 8 hard, to be honest. Okay. But it was like funky. It was a funky end. Yeah. I had an extra 500.
5, like, yeah, double.
7, 8. If I had another 500k, we see probably.
But there Boza puts it in perspective. If he had another 500,000 chips, he makes that call there. Just didn't want to risk it off his stack. Edgar folds the ace-10 from under the gun. Moto making a little move here from the cutoff. He had announced it. Keenan folds. Goes out the way and round to Tony Zhang. And he makes the call. So, gut shot for Moto. Not a good board for fives. Moto continues the story. And he'll get the fold.
How long is this break going to be?
And that'll be a break. And we're going to do a chip count.
So join us back in 15 minutes time.
We'll just add up the top 7 prize money.
What is the top 7 prize money? Like
Okay, the guys are circling the wagons and heading back to the ranch. And they've had a little comfort break over the last 15 minutes and nicotine and all the rest of it. There are no deals been done that we are aware of, which I wouldn't expect anyhow with this sort of money at this time. But we will get back to the action just as soon as the dealer is planted in his chair and everybody has returned.
I like to play poker. I know. At least they got that 250 from the first place. Oh, they're gonna do ASEAN.
And we're catching up now. They're just waiting for everybody to take their seats.
I don't know. They guaranteed first prize million.
But it's so weird.
No, they guaranteed first prize million and then they worked out the rest.
Should have kept it in a million and brought it the 250. Absolutely. Yeah, down to like 7, 8, 9, 10.
But you guarantee
I mean, how do you come 10 to 135k? I mean, for a bullet, I mean, for 30,000 anyway. So I must come 10 to 250 versus field to the money.
that, also coming the money, you don't even get double your money back.
Yeah.
Every tournament is basically double your money back.
It is ridiculous that you get 18,000. It's really bad. Just top heavy to get people excited. 1.2 million first place.
But if you guarantee a couple million first, people will talk.
Yeah.
That was 2.652.
2.6 is 6 hours. 7 of us. I mean, 7.
So what is it? 2.652 is the title.
I've never seen something so top heavy in my life. What did I see? Price pool is
I'll be honest with you, I feel with my stack, my RCM might be a bit small.
Well, let's look at it.
Yeah. Who's got a Ahmed?
Ahmed?
Anyone's got the app? Do you have an RCM calculator, guys?
We're just waiting for the players. We're having a little discussion.
No.
So Gary will go out there to assist the players, and we will wait for them to just have their little discussion. We've turned off the table mic by request. They're just looking that it's a little top heavy and they want to adjust it, and maybe that'll speed up play because they've realized that everybody's playing with ICM considerations and playing slower. So I think they want to sweeten the deal all the way down, and then it might speed up the play. So you'll just bear with us while the players are having their discussions. And I mean, this has been a long grind for them over 3 days. So they want to have a look and see what they can do here. Lauren with the ICM calculator, independent chip monitor, where you take the total prize pool left, divide by the amount of chips in play, and each chip gets a value, and then you multiply it out to see what each person's stack is worth in rand terms. And then they will negotiate some sort of deal and then play for maybe the balance of money and the trophy and glory, etc. But they're just going to do their little homework for a while. And the software on Lauren's phone, same as on Anant's, he's putting the same calculations in. This is available online, the software. players have realized that this could go on for some time if they don't sort something out. So because of the top-heavy nature with a big guarantee at the front. Yeah, so we'll just give them a few minutes. I mean, you're playing for a lot of money here, and over a lot of days, a lot of them invested a lot of time and money to get here. Entry fees, etc. Hotels, flights. So they deserve to have a little time to just sort this out. Mr. Sun at the front there, all out assault poker trooper. Course obviously that he's done as well, and coming in support of Tony Zhang from Botswana, and both Chinese nationals as well. So between Lauren and Anant, they're going to write it down for all the players to agree on, because the deal must be agreed by everybody. If one player objects, there is no deal. Has to be 100% agreement. This is not agreement by majority. It is unanimous, or you continue as per published prize list. Yeah, I'm just keeping the viewers in the loop while we wait for the players. So I think they're close to resolving this. Just busy dotting the I's and crossing the T's. They'll probably sweeten the deal down a little bit, then they'll play for the trophy. And it should speed things up a little. Players will, you know, the fold with the queens by motor, everybody was discussing it in the break, all the players, they couldn't believe it. But a huge part of that was ICM consideration, because the next player out gets 80k, and then you look at the jumps after that, it's huge. So he looked at there were a lot of shorter stacks, and he can get it in a better spot. Even if he was flipping against ace king, he didn't want to do that. As it was, he was crushed by aces, and a queen had been folded, so he would have been in serious trouble. So he made a great fold there, but definitely ICM considerations helped him. So there's a not reading out the amended list, I think. So as soon as they have 100% agreement from all the players, we will be able to sort this out and carry on playing. Everybody has the right to contribute. And as I said, it must be unanimous. So viewers just need to be a little patient, give them the time to sort this out. Just the dotting of the I's and crossing of the T's now. Once they're all in agreement, we can continue. So I think Gary will come back and fill us in with what he's allowed to, because obviously players keep deals sort of close to heart, and it's only if it's allowed to be disclosed. All right, I'm going to close off for a few minutes until we can bring you further details, and we will let you know shortly.
Okay, welcome back. Sorry for the extended delay. You may or may not have gathered from the pictures you were receiving and whatever snippets you picked that the players have decided to do a deal. The details of the deal is essentially it is an ICM chop amongst the remaining places. There's a small movement of money between, but essentially it's an ICM chop. The players are now going to play for the points because there is an order of merit. I'll just let them finish the punching and shouting and screaming. Okay, we'll just turn the table mic down a bit there. So, okay, just to finish, it's an ICM chop. Ganesh Pather, as the chip leader, will take the trophy, and we will now play for the order of merit points because there is a large prize available. Many of the players around the table will now open up their ranges significantly and take a lot of chances. This could be a bit of a spectacle, and we're going to see it through to conclusion. Okay, that's where we are. Microphones up, please. Welcome back.
Yeah, as Gary was alluding to, that point order of merit is a trip to Vegas next year for 10 players, apparently, or the top 10 on the leaderboard.
There you go. Keenan's all in. Told you it was going to happen, didn't I?
Seriously, I didn't see it. 2-1 time.
I did say it would be quite aggressive and the ranges would open.
One hand, I don't want to win.
So we have the 2-3 suited, the ace jack for Moto and for Keenan. Obviously, Keenan is dominated here, but you never know when you flop straight.
Redraw to a straight to a flush for Moto. Any heart for Moto? No heart, and he wins.
So that's how to knock Moto out with 2-3 of spades. I did say the ranges might get a little wider. By the way, just for the information of the people out there, each player has agreed the amount on ICM and signed off against it, hence the reason the time it took. So there is no confusion when the prizes are allocated. Okay.
Yeah, the prizes up there are as up to Anthony van Eden are accurate. From 7th onwards, it will be what they agreed on.
And if you want to know those details, work it out on an ICM calculator. It's not for disclosure. Okay, so back to the table. We lose Moto from the ranks. Keenan is probably the chip leader now.
Yeah, he must be.
Right, you raised 60 now, you raised 150, ship only for 700.
Okay, next hand is ace 2 for Ganesh. Ace 5 for Keenan. Keenan is all in. Bozo is all in.
I'm going to find a 5, I'm sorry.
Keenan says I'm going to find a 5. The way he's been running, I wouldn't surprise me.
No, please don't let me.
And no 5 but a jack.
Could be a chop.
No jack. Diamond for a sweat.
6 or a jack for a chop or a 5. Otherwise, Bozo doubles up.
650.
And Bozo will double up. It's going to be a lot of this, so there'll be a bit of time while they sort the chips out.
I think you took my chips there.
Bozo just doing a pick and mix. Help yourself.
615.
Okay.
So it's going to be some frenetic action now, guys.
Yep. These guys just want to go and celebrate their wins. Keenan not at the table.
right there.
Oh, he is there. He is there. Easy reach, so... He didn't even look at his cards.
I mean, Kenzo wins, though. This is the thing. Kenzo
Anand's all in.
That's regardless.
Ace 10 versus King 8. The 10 is ahead.
Oh, wow. Huge flop for Ganesh.
Okay, please tell me you got
He locks it up there.
And he'll take out Keenan. Ganesh has 4.9 million. Keenan has,
That's okay. There we go.
I don't know how much.
Around 260k left.
Got him covered.
Leave it cheekily. Don't worry, leave it good. For 20,000, he's not going to play.
Let's go to the table shots.
Yeah, there we go. We're all sorted.
They left you 206.
No, I'm not. That's right. It's fine. Well, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
You just said you're covered. We agreed now. Yeah, we agreed. Covered.
Keenan says he covers me. Done. Ganesh is not going to say no thank you. Edgar's sitting there eagerly looking for points. Trust me, Edgar wants these points.
Yeah. He's definitely wanting those points. And Keenan can go off and celebrate with his whole fan club there. Good friends, family that came up.
So let me lead you into a little secret. Keenan was never coming to this event, and the guys persuaded him to come up. He was never coming.
And a great performance by him today and last night.
So where are we going to set? We invite Ganesh with us.
I must thank that lovely man outside who's the VIP manager for Sunbet for giving us a bar of chocolates. I'm going to take this and chomp it. Dark chocolate with candied orange peel pieces. Nutrient score E. Is that good or bad? I don't know. A, B, C, D. I think it's bad.
Yeah.
I think it's... Oh, it's excellent. Yes, it's E for excellent. There you go. B is bad.
Oh my word.
We'll take that, he says.
A atrocious.
Yeah, that's it. No, I'm definitely having that. So...
So we having a lot of fun at the table now. Some of them still taking, like Edgar's is still in very serious mode. He wants those points, wants to go to Vegas. Ganesh has moved all in. All in call. Oh no, it's folded. He was joking. He said yes and no. So I can never call that 7 deuce.
So, well, this little bit of excitement to end the day goes on. I must just thank all the guys on the cameras. Kennedy, Sapiwe, Alon, Paul, Maka doing the cutting. Also to Gordon and Mike, who've been doing the EP and EPA. And then going along for the guys, the appies from Cardstream, which will be Neville Green, Brandon Green, Sean DeLange, and Siobhan van der Pol. Excellent work, 100%. Our co-commentator, Mark Porter. Not forgetting Huggies, which is obviously Mr. Young Myberg there, Hugo. And last but not least, our resident genius on the GFX, Mr. Brad Griffiths, come on down. Great work, guys. Been here since the 16th, on and off, and put a lot of hours in. We appreciate you, and we'll see you guys in Sabaya in July. Don't forget, 28th of July, we'll be there. It's my birthday. I'll be 59.
Going backwards.
We're going backwards.
Well, guys, on behalf of the whole team, we'd like to thank you for everything you've done for the team. We appreciate it, and we look forward to the next production.
Indeed. Okay, so let's watch the last of the entertainment, which is a fairly open-ranged game here. The big stacks have already been all in. I don't know how many times. Ganesh is now sitting with probably most of the chips. He's all in. He will continue to harvest chips, as you see, until he's got them all.
Okay. Just like that.
What I would say is the chip counts are reasonably accurate.
Yeah, they should be pretty accurate. They were updated at the break.
Local time coming up to 5 to 6. So not a bad ending time for a main event on a Sunday.
Very strong up there.
David Rosenthal says, I am very strong. He's obviously not talking about his hand.
I'll have a gin, lime, and soda.
I'm going to join him, yeah. That's an Austrian.
Yeah, gin, lime, and soda. Yeah, cool.
Did Tony Zhang say he's all in? So it's all in a call. 2-7 queen, king ahead. 2-7-7 to queen, ace on the river, king high will win.
50 checks.
760.
Play with some
Sit down, please.
Thanks for the deal, guys. It was a fair deal.
Yeah,
I think all around that was a good
I
deal.
do for a living.
Thank you, Kinzo. We're doing a
Tony Zhang all again, in again here with a monster.
Edgar all in as well.
Edgar's all in.
I really like that boat.
We got the flop cam, ace-6, queen 3. So Edgar must have the ace-6, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to love that flop.
3.
That's all she wrote.
And he makes the flush as
Not
well.
flush. Let's go back to the table shots.
Tony wants to go so bad.
I think he covers you.
Do you want to go? Yeah, he wants to go.
Yeah, Tony's still got change.
Tony says he's going, he doesn't want his change.
Yeah.
To play with you, man.
Very good. He fucked me up the whole
Thank you.
Good player, very good player.
Well done, Tony.
Bonus chips for Edgar.
I'm a runner number 5.
Uncle Edgar. I want to come second, baby. No, actually, I'm enjoying this. I'm going to have a gin. Let's play a little bit of poker. You got free 2 million chips to fuck around with. Tony just gave it.
I fucking folded a 4.
How do you fold? It's nice to sit back and be champion. We're playing for second.
Call me when you're done.
They shouldn't even be streaming this.
You're not telling the streaming.
They're not streaming it.
I don't think they are. No, he did say he's going to switch it. Oh, they asked.
Yeah, switch it. They announced the deal and they switch it off.
It's off.
Okay. Edgar,
Just double check it.
of the
Just message that. He's got a microphone.
Yeah, it says they're still
Can you please call Gary for 5 minutes?
No, man, you must cancel the stream.
No, please don't disturb.
Yeah, because I said some very swear words.
some variant. But you always use bad words.
Ganesh under the gun will fold. On to Boza, Queen 7.
To talk to them. I don't know.
Okay, actually, you know what? Look, they are streaming.
You don't have WhatsApp, right?
I just from the African poker, we'll get lots of fish coming now, but just points.
Can I announce you for the point?
We're gonna drink here, we're gonna do tequilas on the table. We should cut this thing now, man. We've done our deal.
Yeah.
We've done our deal. Ganesh is the champion.
No, it's just silly. Please.
Yes, my brother.
Right, so there's going to be some discussion. The players say they're just having fun now, trying to finish it off for the points, and that maybe we just do the streaming of the presentation of the trophy to Ganesh, and then we can cut the stream. So we'll get instructions now. Mike Collett has gone out there with the TD and the players. So we'll bring you news now. But as everybody knows, an ICM deal was struck. They all agreed, they all signed off on it, and then they've been having a little bit of throw around fun because there are points at stake, and the order you finish in is where the points go for the leaderboard. And at the end of the season, after the 5 stops, people will get points to go to Vegas. The top 10 are getting packages to go to Vegas to go play in the World Series of Poker next year.
Okay, so we'll put the table mic back up a little bit for you guys. And just to clarify, for the viewers outside, we are playing for points for the order of merit. That's what we're playing for. That's why it's a little bit wider. That's why the range is a bit, and the guys are having a bit of fun. The money has already been decided on an ICM deal. So if you're joining now, enjoy a bit of frivolity from some of the better players in the country.
Nant limps in. Ganesh says he's all in. I can't believe an unfolded. And Ganesh will take that down.
But understand, we're only playing for second, third, and fourth.
Yeah.
That was agreed.
First prize
We're
is
only
fine.
playing for
Fine,
second,
the
third,
first
and
points
fourth.
is done.
The points.
Playing for second, third.
He's
Second,
taking
third,
top
and
points.
fourth. That was part of the agreement because he took the money off. That
That's what I
was
said.
part of the
Big 3
agreement.
points and
Second, third, and fourth we're playing.
For the point.
for the
The
points.
points.
That's what I'm saying. You must
point also.
But you
No,
must take my chips. When
No,
I
no, he gets first.
I
and
get
he
first
gets
points.
He
Yeah.
gets first and first. That's it. That was the agreement.
Okay, that's fine. As you wish.
Can I be honest with you? The difference is not too big. I know how the algorithm works.
All in. All in.
All in by Nant.
So let's put it on.
Hey, hold it.
All in call.
There's a queen there.
Shouldn't have shown you.
But
Hold
ace,
it, my
ace, ace.
friend. 5-6 I've come so many times.
Oh, 10.
So big flop there for
Yeah.
Ace Queen because they've got more outs.
Yeah.
3.
And the sixes will double up.
Okay.
Just give him some.
700.
Just give him some.
800.
Doesn't have to be right.
8 plus 5 is 1400. 14, 1-4. 1.4.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Maybe 10,000 up or down. By this time, we should. My maths is super genius. I was always a topper.
Honestly, like, just as a suggestion,
Because whoever plays you heads up is going to just have to concede to you. So you should probably just let the three of us split. Like just be folding.
But whoever gets chips, okay, I'm all in every hand,
No,
right?
no, you should actually go.
No, whoever can get my chips gives you guys an advantage.
Guys having a bit of fun.
Yes. That's
Oh, so you don't want to play with my chips?
No, just
Okay,
say
then
play.
you
You have to play, but just play tighter because then we'll take each other out and concede to you in the head.
You can leave. That is the best.
I actually don't think we need any commentary with this lot. I
No,
think we've
that's
actually
what-
found new commentators for the next series.
Saying very little here, Gaz.
Believe you only.
I feel sorry for Petrus Toffee Jelly.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's another all in and a call, surprisingly.
No, I'm joking.
He said you slow rolled me with ace king.
Shout for me, Kanesh.
Oh, up
Shout
and
for
down.
Me, Kanesh.
Ace king!
Shout for me, Kanesh.
King!
Yeah, baby.
Both are funds at 8.
Just give it.
No.
What did you have?
500.
I don't know.
Oh, so why would you
Yeah,
king?
that's what I'm saying, bro. What the
I thought this is your card. Okay,
fuck?
I'm
What
sorry.
are you?
1.1.
950.
What's the name?
You know what?
He's
Deal Kanesh
I don't know what I'm pulling.
Deal Kanesh out.
No, don't deal Kanesh out.
Now leave me off.
Kenzo's just going to fold his
Yeah.
hand.
No, that's
Leave me
fine.
off.
Deal, deal.
Leave me off. Leave me
Leave him
Yeah,
out.
leave him out. It's the same thing.
Yes. Okay, yes, okay.
Because I may end up taking all the chips.
Yeah. Okay. Don't deal him.
No, man.
Yeah, let's just deal him, but he's just doing it with his
I've got the point already.
Yeah, just
Yes, he's
you
got
can leave.
That's just,
You'll just get excited on aces. or
I'm gonna
kings.
kill you. You're gonna fold every hand.
yeah, do it that way.
Okay, it's a deal. I can fold it. Yeah, fold it.
Well,
All in, but
I still haven't heard how
Can we up the blind now?
No, man, just come.
what is it? 1 million, 2 million.
I see him on the rest do it. Because I still haven't
Okay, deal is this.
100 to him.
Yeah, 100 to 100.
Might as well, I mean,
Lines are 100 to him.
Hands up, 100 to 100. Let's go. 200 please. No, that's very low. The blinds have been increased to 100 to 100.
The blinds are up at 100, 200.
No one called it.
So just a reminder for the folks at home, if you are tuning in now, there is an ICM deal has been done. The trophy is decided and we'll go to Kanesh. And these guys are playing for the merit points and having some fun. And we've been requested to continue to watch until the result. So we're not doing a lot of commentary, just letting you listen to the guys. I think this is about the 20th all-in.
No takes all.
7, 8, 9, 10.
What is Edgar's cards? We need to see
got an
that.
ace. So Edgar will win that.
Edgar is all in against Anand. I have no idea the chip count, so
I think it's got you covered.
Plus 2, 9.
That is- 60 what?
How much? 20.
You've got a green chip in the round.
Oh, another did. I'm just making a way. No problem.
I think it's like, yeah, 3.
Playing everywhere.
So the backdrop there is synonymous with what's going on here. The poker room is emptying. People are gone out to celebrate. The money was decided. Ganesh Paitha has got the trophy and the top points, which he gave away money for. And the ICM deal took place.
Double the super high roller and cash. PLO, cash.
So he's got, where's my whole budget?
How much you made in 5 minutes?
Both are under the gun.
No.
Ananti's all in blind.
Did you call it?
It's all in calls.
We're colluding against you.
Eight is gonna come.
No, I can't propose this.
Guys, make him a winner. Make him a winner. For friend's sake. Come on.
Just check the chips of the friends.
7-8 and the 7 king.
Ah, it's chop. Sick.
Yeah,
Fours and 7 and 8. Chop, chop, chop. 4 seconds.
David Rosenthal will be eliminated and they'll chop his chips.
Oh, fours.
7, 200 and 300.
He's being eliminated. They called and then played it open because they said they were checking it down. No side pot.
Yeah, I know you all in.
Let me see what I have.
Okay, now you must see what you
So what?
How much I got? 350, 450. 5, 8.
call. Call whatever.
I'm announcing.
So they call and playing open.
5 is coming.
No betting post flop.
You sound like Baccarat. Open.
5.
I think 8 is coming.
Huh? 8. 9 came all the time, right? 5 is there, hold on.
Club, baby.
No club.
I think Sergio Perez won.
I told you that.
500.
Oh, you bastard.
500, 500. Come here.
Is it 500?
5 on the river for a nut. Oh my word. They are having a little fun.
What's the name?
So I think it was Perez, Leclerc and Verstappen.
1.5.
They're trying to knock him out desperately. They can't succeed. He's spinning it back up.
Come on. I'm just making it tight for them. Come on. They're
Making it tight.
Yeah, Edgar. Only.
All in call.
Oh, we gotta hold up now. We gotta hold up.
What if, I think 2 twos are coming. 2 and a 2.
Yeah.
My brother. Well done.
And Anant is eliminated eventually. So it's left between Bozo and
This was for the point.
Edgar for who comes second.
Sharp with H2. Talking shit. Okay, Ed.
No, why don't you just
Can I be
split the
honest with
point?
you? The difference between second and third is not much. We should just play. One hand flip open, second or third.
Yeah,
One hand.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the
Open, open.
Whoever wins wins. One hand open.
Right, so they've decided they play one last hand open.
You know how many times we've chopped tournaments?
Dealer hand and then dealer
Since
flop.
like
I'm saying,
2006.
open, right? Where's the dealer?
Doesn't matter, just carry
It does.
Just tell to me first.
Doesn't matter, just open.
Can you deliver it there? I'm taking.
I'll start, thank you. Okay,
Oh,
we
that's
can
a
live with that.
decent one. Yeah.
We can live with that. Oh wow.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh wow.
2. 3.
I'll make it straight.
No, you don't.
You don't. You got third.
All right.
Okay, Kinesh.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so
Put all the chips there.
it would appear we have a result. I'm sure there's going to be a presentation for Ganesh and we'll hear from him.
It's been a
So
pleasure.
we'll just stay with the pictures for the time being.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It has been
So we will await Kanesh's exit interview and see what he's got to say. I'm pretty sure Caitlin's going to give him some tough questions. But the blue ribbon event here is concluded. There was an ICM deal struck, and Kanesh, to use his words, there's plenty of room in my trophy cabinet. I'm not interested in the money. So, anyhow, we will await Caitlin's arrival, and we will do the presentation for Ganesh. A little bit of fun at the end there, and once again, if you're still tuned in, the guys had an ICM deal, and then they decided just to play for fun for the points, and what you saw on screen was very much them letting their hair down, I'm sure, and a pretty light-hearted, but it was a fair fight, I'm assuming, and the points have been awarded. Okay, I understand that there will be an exit interview and there will be a presentation. We're just getting set up now with the table. You'll see the pictures you're seeing at the moment, obviously it's just us setting up the table. And Ganesh is having some photos done. Maybe we could go to camera 7 and see that, so that the people at home have a look at Ganesh taking his exit photos. Those are the photos you're going to see on social media later. So, and a happy Ganesh, and played well the whole season, so he's done really, really well. Been sporting some Under Armour, Cruyff, and all sorts of different brands. I've learned lots about fashion, I've got to tell you. Okay, so happy Ganesh face. And Ganesh is getting a check for a lot of money, 1,250,000. So I'm sure we'll zoom out and get a full picture of that in a moment.
I think a selfie there with a check behind.
That's a nice picture. There we go.
Smile, Ganesh.
He doesn't smile. He's not very happy. What a lovely man. A lovely man. The Doc played well all through the series. And we're going to go to an interview with Caitlin. So we'll fade in and fade out.
I don't even know statistics. I couldn't try. So we have got a winner here at the main event at SPT Sun City. Congratulations to Ganesh Paitha, first of all, for winning the main event.
Thank you.
You've had a pretty great series. Lots of final tables, lots of cashes. Tell us a little bit about the series as a whole.
Great. You guys ran a good show. To team, to Mark and you and the rest of the team dealers really were excellent. And it was always a pleasure playing in your tournaments. Yeah.
Fantastic. And tell us a little bit about the Sun City experience. Always a great place to come to.
Beautiful. I think your partnership with Sunbet and Sun International, excellent. I think the race to Vegas points issue really gave the guys an opportunity to play, and it was fun. And again, I think the level and the standard of play has really, really improved amongst all the players that were here this week here.
That's amazing. Now, you mentioned the race to Vegas and the GPI points. That was quite a big contributing factor towards the end of the final table. What's it about to you? Is it the trophy, the money, or like the race to Vegas? Let's go to Vegas for WSOP.
For me, it's always the trophy, the win, and for my cabinet. So the race to Vegas, yes, definitely will be nice because I think we'll have a good group of guys going for that and looking forward to that. Yeah, hope I get there.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on your win. We're very happy to add that stunning new bracelet to your cabinet. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you at more series throughout the year. Next stop is Sabaya.
Absolutely. Thanks again. Thanks again to all the dealers. Shout out to the dealers, the entire staff, the tournament directors. All of you guys ran a proper show.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kinesh. As for you guys at home, that is it from us here at Sun City. As mentioned, you can catch us at the next stop at Sabaya Casino in KZN. We can't wait to see you there. So get down to your nearest satellite room, contact the MJPT team to find out when satellites will be running in your area, and we will see you then.
Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid.